All right. Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to all of you po amazing participants. So welcome to the Digital Jobs PH Digital Dialogues webinar forum where we empower you with the fundamentals in starting an online career. So I'm Jing Nino and I'm thrilled to be your facilitator for today's activity. So we currently have 84 participants here in Zoom, and we have 16 and counting naman po sa ating Facebook. So by the way, this webinar is being live streamed din po on Facebook. So feel free to share this to your colleagues, to your friends, and to anyone na makakatulong po itong webinar na to or interested in starting their online journey. Right? So can we see a show of hands po of those who are here today starting freelancers? Ayan. Yung mga plano pa lang po maghanap ng online jobs or gusto pong mag-start ng online career. So, pa-react po ng ayan. Okay, raise hand or like. Okay. Si Miss Cristel, Sir Jason. Okay. How about the others? How about yung mga meron na pong quite an experience po sa freelancing or seasoned freelancers na, and siguro gusto lang po nilang mag-join dito sa forum for our topic 2, yung ating lecture. Mamaya kasama natin ang BIR Baguio City. Right, so it's nice to see that many of you are in attendance po sa activity po natin ngayon, and we also would like to welcome po yung mga ating viewers sa live stream on Facebook. Good afternoon po and welcome po sa ating webinar. So if you have any questions, feel free to type in your questions dyan po sa comment section sa ating Facebook Live, and if meron pa po tayong slots here in Zoom, feel free to join din po. So, kanina po, flinash po natin yung ating Zoom meeting and password. Okay? Alright. So, to formally open the program, we have here with us our esteemed DICT Cordillera Regional Director, Engineer Pinky T. Jimenez, who will grace us po with her opening remarks through a recorded video. Let's watch this po.
Mabuhay DICT. This is Engineer Pinky T. Jimenez, Director of DICT CAR, na imbiyag na aldaw kanya tayo amin. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and participants, a warm welcome to the Digital Job Digital Dialogue webinar, Empowering Online Careers. It is an absolute pleasure to have you all here virtually to explore the exciting world of the online opportunities. This webinar is a part of DICT CAR's lineup of online training offering in celebration of the National ICT Month 2023. Our main theme, Connecting Communities, Enriching Lives, Forging a Digital Future for the Philippines, sets the stage for this month-long celebration. And today, we're driving into the third theme, Digital Workforce, Competitiveness. It is all about sharpening our workforce skills and staying ahead in the digital age. Our goal for this webinar is simple yet powerful, to inspire all and empower you, aspiring online professionals in the region. We carefully selected 2 engaging topics for discussion. On the first one, we will help you gauge your readiness for an online career and equip you with the basic tool you need to succeed. Then, we'll tackle a topic about tax compliance as well as the process on how to fill return online professionals. Taxes may not be mostly thrilling subject, but understanding them is crucial. for the online journey. Also, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Hay Success and the Revenue District Office of BIR Baguio City for the invaluable collaboration and support. Their dedication in providing us with a knowledgeable resource person is instrumental in enriching this webinar and ensuring a fruitful learning experience for all participants. Lastly, but certainly not the least, a special thanks to you all, our participants. We have appreciated, we appreciate your enthusiasm and commitment in your career growth. So let's make the most of this opportunity together. Engage, participate, and listen closely to our esteemed speaker. This dialogue is all about empowering you with the knowledge and the insight needed to thrive in the vast digital landscape. Let us discuss, let the discussion and wisdom shared here today inspire you and inspire you to unlock the new opportunity and create your path to a successful online career. Thank you and good afternoon to all. Mapalo.
All right. So we'd like to thank po Director Pinky for her inspiring video message. So very booked and busy po ang aming director. And yet, napadalahan pa din po tayo, no? Last minute ng kanyang message for all of you participants. So while kumpleto pa po tayong lahat, no, on this webinar, let's take this opportunity to have a group photo taken for documentation, no, while we're here. So requesting everyone to turn on their cameras po just for a few seconds lang po. Okay, so inviting everyone po to open our cameras for a picture taking. Okay, how about the others? Okay, so open lang po natin sandali. Ayan, so alright, so smile po tayo in 3, 2, 1 for the first page. We currently have 92 participants, so okay, so for the first page, smile po tayo in 3, 2, 1. Alright, so lipat po tayo, no, sa ating second page. Dumadami po tayo, no? Welcome po sa mga kakapasok lang. Alright. Okay, check natin yung iba. Okay, so yung iba, baka wala po silang camera or baka nahihiya. Ayan. Okay. Alright, thank you all so much po for opening your cameras. Pwede na po natin i-off. Ayan. Okay. Alright, so before we proceed po sa ating next part of our program, and before we start na po, no, ang ating discussion, please allow me first to share po a few reminders. So we want to ensure that your experience po is smooth and of course enjoyable. So be reminded to be respectful po and open-minded and interactive as we engage po in the discussions and activities later on. So if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and wait for you to be acknowledged, or pwede rin po type in dito sa ating meeting chat, and magbibigay din po kami later ng link to the Menti kung saan pwede po kayong tanong, and pwede rin po kayong mag-share ng inyong additional kung may comment po kayo or meron po kayong gustong i-share if ever meron po kayong experience, no, na pwede pong makatulong sa ating fellow participants. Okay. All right, so at this point, so hindi ko na po papatagalin, no, I won't take this any further because I know many of you are excited to learn and start and meet, of course, our esteemed speaker. So for our first topic, we're going to explore online work and assess your readiness for an online career. So our speaker for today is the founder and the leader of Hey Success Virtual Assistant Services. So they are a group of online professionals po, no, based in here in the Cordillera. So may we call on dito po sa ating screen, Miss Paula Bayo. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, hello everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for being invited to talk in this webinar. Sorry sa voice ko kasi medyo may sipon. Alam niyo naman, tag-ulan. So, I have a very different voice for today. So, before I start, may I ask to I would like to share my screen. If you can allow me. Yes, continue screen. Okay, so are you able to see my screen? Can you hold on.
Yes, Miss Paula. Visible po.
I need to check. Just hold on for a moment. Sinaset up ko na siya. Okay. Need to check. Alright. Also with me is here is my companion Phoebe. So kapag may mga questions kayo, she can also take down notes also there to respond. And most of for the discussion, I'm going to share some links. She's going to send it sa sa chat box. So don't feel rushed of I missed this or I missed that because we're going to share the links. Okay? So I was given the task to discuss exploring online work, assessing your readiness for an online career. Ayan. So again, yung house rules, same with what Ms. Jing said, is that be a participate in the sessions. There will be an activity and we are hoping for your participation. Don't be afraid to ask questions. In this kind of webinars, this is the opportunity to ask questions, lalo na kapag nag-uumpisa pa lang kayo. Because starting really, there's a lot of questions na on your mind. Paano ganito, paano ganyan? This is the avenue for it. And be polite and respectful for everyone. We have different, backgrounds and so on, but at least be respectful for each and everyone. Okay. So the objective that was given to me is we have 3 objectives in exploring the online career work. First is to understand the concept of online career, remote work, and its impact on our work lifestyle. Number 2 is to assess personal readiness for online career, considering interest, work style, preferences. And of course, number 3, to explore various online work options, including freelancing, remote employment, and entrepreneurship. And hopefully by the end of our webinar, you're able to answer these things. Okay. So we've divided our session into 3 parts. So the first part is exploring online work. Before you enter to any industry, you need to understand yung mga jargons na ginagamit. For example, in some of kasi baka magugulat kayo, ano yung mga yan? The jargons are the industry's typical language. For example, for accounting, di ba? Merong ang mga jargon nila, credit, debit, balance sheet, financial statement, and so on. Also in the freelancing industry, meron ring mga typical na mga jargons na ginagamit. So mga dati nang nag-work as a freelancer or they're already in industry, alam na nila to. But for those not yet or deciding yet to enter the industry, it's nice to know the simple terminologies that we are using. So the first one is the digital economy. Ano ba itong digital economy? So digital economy is the worldwide network of economic activities commercial transaction, professional interaction that are enabled by information communication technologies. With the availability of the internet, pwede na tayong magtrabaho and earn from these transactions. So that's the digital economy, using of the internet or the technology available to us to earn an income through different transactions. Yan. So maraming economic activities dyan. So that's the digital economy. So kapag tinatanong ko, anong economy mo? Or I'm working in the digital economy or something like that. Then the other one is the gig economy. It's similar to digital economy, pero iba lang yung gig. Di ba? Sino nakakalam yung gig tayo? Di ba? Gig is a job that lasts on a specific period of time. So most of this gig work are, ang mga common sa atin, yung mga nagigig work dito is, di ba, yung mga singers, yung mga kumakanta sa gabi, di ba, nagpa-part-time. So they're doing their gigs. Right now, there are different kind of gigs because of the technology. So yeah. So ang gig economy naman, it's the economy that operates flexibly, involving exchange of labor and resources through digital platforms that actively facilitate buyer and selling matching. So, pagpapasok ka dito, you provide your service or your resources, then through a common platform, dito ka nagkuhan, bazaar ng mga trabaho. Tapos doon mo ipa-facilitate kung bibili ka, magsasell ka ng service, dito ka mag-earn and so on. So that's the gig economy. So the next term that we need to understand is ano yung remote work. Remote work is a job that is not done from inside a traditional office. So it's not sorry. So, yung mga traditional na trabaho natin, di ba, yung 9 to 5 jobs, we need to go to the office. Pero with the technology kasi ngayon, meron na pwede na tayong mag-work from home or remote work kasi nasabi. So, it's not bounded to a traditional office na you need to go there, time in, time out. Yung mga, for example, yung mga government offices, di ba, merong designated. But for remote work, the location doesn't really matter. So, mga terminologies na ginagamit nila dito is telecommuting, virtual jobs, or remote jobs, or home-based, or work from home. Those are the most common words na ginagamit for remote work. Another one, sino dito ang tinuturing ang sariling freelancers? Raise your hand or put a thumb mark. Sino yung mga freelancers na? Bakit kaunti? Who are the freelancers? Yan. Okay, tingnan natin. Or raise your hand or create a smiley face sa chat box para makita ko. Mag-gauge natin kung sino yung mga freelancers na. Who are the freelancers out of 90 participants? Yan. Yep. So, meron dito nagsabi, previous virtual, yeah, this is freelancing. This is considered freelancing. Sino pa? Isa lang? Oh, so majority of us, this new, mga bagong term ba mga to? Sino pa yung hindi nakaka-encounter ng word na freelancing? Maybe you can put wave yung kamay. For example, this one, just wave yung kamay sa chat box. Put a wave icon sa chat box. First time na ma-encounter yung word na freelancing. Bakit na? Let's participate, guys. Okay. Also, kahante, previous employments here. Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe I can assume that the group is the first time really. You are in really explore. You are the part of your career that you're exploring alternative options. Yan. Okay. I'll try then to simplify things. So, ang freelancer, someone who work for a multiple client at one time, earning income per project, hourly per engagement, depending on the payment method. So, this is also considered self-employment. One freelancer na pwede kong i-relate dito sa local natin is yung, for example, yung mga small, mga sino ba yung mga freelancers natin? We can have those singers or the creative works na nag-a-accept ng service at a commission base, or they're being paid per delivery of their service, 'di ba? Kapag yung mga invited sa yung mga singers na nag-invite sa mga naman sa mga bars, like sa mga bars, then they sing for a certain set and they are being paid for that set per night. Then another gig na naman, punta na naman sila sa another establishment to have it. So that's one of example of a freelancer. But with the digital economy, with the improvement of our internet, nagkakaroon na tayo ng ibang freelancers. Yan may nag-o-offer na ng mga service through digital means. But remember, the word freelancing is self-employment rin. Ito yung, this is what I noticed with my fellow mga nandito sa industry. They don't really understand na sometimes there will be a point of your career that you need to think that the service that you're offering, it's a self-employment. Hindi siya kasi yung industry natin, hindi siya yung typical na 9 to 5 job. Okay. So, ano yung mga types ng freelance jobs na available out there? First, yung pinakamarami dito sa Benguet, mga ESL, online tutors. So, back 2016, when you search home-based jobs, ang always lumalabas doon is ESL tutors. So, it's all freelance. It's an online tutor. It's also a gig job. Content writer, yung mga web developers, yung mga data entry, creative designs. Ito yung especially Baguio is a creative city. And you see a lot of artists here, and they are being paid per the commission for their service or their work. Mga photographers, and of course, yung mga graphic designers, and many more, depending on their profession. So, to be honest, in freelancing, marami different types. Kung gusto mo talagang i-align yung profession mo, there is a way to do it. Okay. But for us in Hey Success, we provide consultancy and professional services to small and mid-sized businesses. And what service we are primarily providing is virtual assistant services. So what is a virtual assistant? A virtual assistant is a person who provides administrative support services to a business from a remote location or remote, it's hindi ibig sabihin you're working geographically, it doesn't matter. So that's the definition of the remote location. So administrative support. Yung mga administrative support na pwede mong ibigay as a virtual assistant is bookkeeping. We can provide remote bookkeeping, back office support, customer service, may mga non-voice and voice, similar to business outsourcing or BPOs, but we cater to a lower market, which is the small to mid-sized businesses. So, yun. So it's like an online secretary or online receptionist for a business. That's the simplest thing that I can define it. So, yun yung virtual assistant. So, remember, before we transition to another topic, if you're entering this industry, remember freelancing is not just a job. the first thing that you need to work on if you would like to explore the online career is to have your mentality shift to a different level. Really. Start to the beginning. Even though you're working at a certain industry, for example, 9 to 5 jobs for 10 years, you really need to reassess and read yung mindsetting. You need to work on your mindset. So, ang goal natin dito when you enter this one is freelancing is not just a job, it's a business. So, it is a business where your skills and expertise are the most valuable asset. And your success is determined by your availability to navigate ever-changing landscape of opportunities. Kasi dito sa industry natin, masyado siyang hindi siya ganun ka-stable. So every industry naman, merong pros and cons. But with the online career, medyo magalaw siya. Stability is not there. It's up to you how you're going to work on it. So what tool are you going to have? You know, the mindset that freelancing is not, hindi lang to trabaho. It's a business that kailangan mo palaguin. And your pinaka-valuable asset are your skill and expertise that you can offer to your client. And identify yung mga opportunities as the industry move forward. Kasi ang daming disruptions ngayon. Malinaw ba? All good tayo doon? Freelancing is a business. Kahit yun lang yung word for the day to day. All good? Do you have any more questions before we go to the next? Kung wala, maybe we can have, di ba, as per the organizer, we're given 20 minutes for question and answer. So I can move through the slides and then we are given 20 minutes for Q&A. Okay? And by the way, sino yung nagsabi nito? Si ChatGPT. Yun yung sinasabi ko. The landscape of the workforce ngayon nag-iiba with a lot of disruption. One major disruptor is the introduction of AIs. So, di ba meron tayong challenges na yung AI ba papalit sa trabaho natin? But it's not the case. We just need to use the tool side by side with our profession and we can go by it. So adaptability. So we need to find the opportunity in each, change. And okay. So there's going to be a simple activity. We will like to know why. Why are we exploring online career? Apply. So, apply tayo nga sa exploring. So, instruction in here is, Phoebe will going to share the link to the chat box. And we have 3 questions. And each question, just choose an answer. Tapos tingnan natin yung resulta. Okay? Yan. So the first question, let's see. Let's see the first question. Bakit ayaw? So result. Wala pang sumasagot. Presentation, my friend. Pakikon, I'll give you there's 17. Yan. Okay. Guys, we have 90 in the room. Dapat 26. Kahit makakalahati tayo. Okay, 29. Just click. Kasi sabihin, makakuha tayo ng 50. Ayan. 31. I'm seeing answers. Okay. Oops. Yun. Gumagalaw. Okay, TB, can you move to question number 2? So yung first question is, why would you like to work in an online career? And this one. Move to question number 2. Tingnan natin. Nakakatawa naman to. Results. Ayun. Results. Yung lumalabas siya. Okay. Nantay ko makakalahati tayo before. All right, it's working, it's moving. Okay. All right, TB. Yung second question is, what are the essential needed to perform the best work as an online worker or a virtual assistant? So, TB, question number 3. Lagi nagtatago yung mga resulta. Online course. Let's just give it a little bit time. Okay. Yan, sige. I think we're already, nakakota na tayo. Nasa 50% of the participants na. All good? Okay. Time check is 4 minutes before 2. Okay guys, let's see. Sige, tingnan natin yung naging resulta. Kung ano ba yung mga questions. 100 tayo Kulang pa to din. Pero at least nakakalahati tayo sa participants. But if you still would like to respond, you can still. But let's see yung preliminary results. So yung first na tanong dito, based sa mga participant dito, why would you like to work in an online career? So if you can see, working from home, majority says that 78% they would like to work from home. The next one is flexibility of schedule, around 76%. Being your own boss, mga entrepreneurial mind, ito mga business-minded. Mga 24%. Making more money as a virtual assistant than an employee. Okay, that's around 20%. Maybe then we have, because of the pandemic, maybe the pandemic really opens a lot of opportunities. Yung mga nagsabi ng 13%, yung 13% sinabi nila others, we don't know the reason, but maybe they're still at the searching. Maybe one of the participant can share bakit yung mga others ang sabi. Who would like to volunteer? We don't have. Alright, tahimik talaga ang participants natin, ha? Di ako sanay. Sanay ako sa mga very active. Okay, punta tayo sa question number 2. Question number 2, punta tayo. Around 52 out of 100 ang sumagot. So, poll ng bayan. What are the essential needed to perform the best work as a virtual assistant or online work? Ano yung mga tools na kailangan mong gawin? Actually, ano yung mga tools na to? So, first thing first, yes, the internet. 67% says the internet. 19% is laptop. 12% is desktop computer. 2% says the project management tools. But majority says the 67%. For the online work, connectivity really is the key here. If the reason why I pursue freelancing as a business because it's not capital intensive. When I started, the only capital that you have is the most important that you need to have is yung skill. Ano yung asset mo? The skill or ano yung service na i-provide mo to your client. Number 2, the internet. You need to have a stable internet. Word is stable internet connection. That's number 2. Number 3 is the laptop or the desktop na kakailanganin. That's the only capitalization when you're going to enter. So yun yung kaya hindi siya masyadong malaki maglabas. Hindi naman tayo pare-parehas ng sitwasyon. But if you compare yung capital versus the other businesses na pwede mong gamitin, it's similar. So, low capitalization freelancing, kaya ako siya pinasok. That's one of my reasons. My reason for really is more an economic reason. Kaya nandun ako. But you can see, diba? Let's see there's question number 3. There's 53 out of 100. Okay. So where do you invest your professional development to enable to become a virtual assistant or online work? Okay. Majority dito nagsabi online courses, 89%. The second one, 58% says certification. 47% says workshop. 8% is professional membership. Yung mga professional membership, I have the hunch na meron na silang experience. Kailangan lang nila ng network, kaya professional membership ang sinabi. But true, continuous education kasi when you try to, lahat naman tayo na naglilipat ng industry, may mga transition phase. So the transition phase is how you're going to fill in the gap is mag-join kayo ng mga online courses. But choose nyo yung anong online courses. Yan ha. Kasi I met a lot of VAs. They pay for this course, they pay for that course, they pay for that course. Ayan, ang daming course. Until to the point, ang daming course pero wala natatapos. So, don't collect courses and then nothing happens. It's nice to start with, I think the ICT has different courses that they are offering. Check yung programs nila. I've been following the ICT's page and may mga programs silang ino-offer. And it's very aligned naman. And at par. The other one is also you can check for the free courses na available. Before you pay for a paid course, mag-check muna kayo ng mga free courses. Once you have the free courses, i-benchmark nyo siya sa mga paid. Kasi sometimes, yung mga paid courses are just hindi pinag-isipan. There are courses that hindi talaga siya in-depth. Kaya tingnan nyo na mabuti. So, start with the free one. Then, if you really would like to, na may mga kulang, kasi kailangan yung mga free, dapat ma-cover niya yung basic foundation. Then, go to the paid one to cover the deeper level of what's an online or ano yung career na pinapasok na sa online. Yan. Alright. It's nice to know the insights. But let's see nga kung it's aligned rin sa mga outlook. Okay. Thank you for participating. I really appreciate very much. Yung mga 50%, 50 na hindi pa sumasagot, the link is in the chat box. Kaya pwede nyo pa rin siyang sagutan. Kasi maganda pa rin malaman kung ano ba talaga. Baka kasi 50 lang, di ba? Yan. So, the next part is, after knowing your why, we would like to see also, ano yung online career outlook? Ano ba yung future nito? So, there are different level namin to. So, global outlook. So, based from this study, if you can see, based from AVA, 2021, they conducted a report study on the state of virtual assistant industry report. So, ito yung resulta sa kanila. So, majority of the reason why job seeker or opportunity seekers would like to become a virtual assistant or enter the online work because work from home, which is very, very aligned sa majority ng reasons rin natin kanina. The second one is flexibility in your work schedule. So that's the top two reasons. And it's also aligned with the participant here that your reason is valid. Na ako yung reason ko when I shift, the greatest decision factor sa akin is yung flexibility of my work schedule. Especially yung mga mothers dito, yung mga parents na mga mothers na gusto nilang to be with their child or mga kids nila as they grow. Kasi iba yung responsibility of, being a mother na nagtitake care ng household, then take care of also ng career. So, yan. So, if sa report rin, tinignan nila kung ano yung majority ng location ng mga virtual assistant. So, sa North America, majority is located sa US and Canada. Sa Asia naman, the Philippines. Yan. Philippines and India and the surrounding countries. But right now, it's the Philippines. We are one of the top provider of BA services. Then, the ANZ area, around only Australia, New Zealand, only kakaunti lang, around 10%. Okay. So, ano yung primary reason bakit yung service is valued by the client? Well, your skill set. Kaya yung online courses na sinabi nyo kanina, yun, that's how you gain skills. But, of course, again, don't collect and collect. You need also apply the things that you've learned. And also the years of experience. Yung mga matagal na dito sa industry, for example, you've been working sa corporate, you just need to transition and make sure that the skill that you have right now is at par with what the market is looking for. So even though you're working for big years, they also consider your experience. May mga high level na mga positions, but they need the years of experience. Of course, yung mga anong type of client that you can service and the region. Remember, Eto, 2.4. Region where you work from. If sino yung mga nag-try na mag-apply dito ng mga BA work? Can you just raise your hand or put some thumbs up? Like, hold on. I think I'll just need to pause for a bit. Just hold. Sorry for that. Sorry, excuse me. So, mahirap may sipon. Okay, let's continue. So, yung one na criteria that I like to is region. The region kasi, sometimes when you apply and nag-a-ask sila ng certain specific location, but you need to be upfront with your client kung saan kayo nakalocate. But in majority naman, geographic is not an issue. But some clients preferred, for example, US-based, Canada-based, or Philippine-based, ganon. But be careful with this one. Supposed to be your location is not really part of the criteria in terms of servicing. Ayan. So, pasok rin tayo dito. What are the essential needs to perform the best? Yeah. Majority of the one is as laptops and computer and internet. So, those are the three. Meron rin dito yung smartphone, if you can see. Based from the BIR industry report, they have the smartphone. There are some work that we can use smartphones. But majority of the work, for example, for virtual assistant or back office support, is that we need a laptop or a desktop. Okay, so prediction naman nila sa future, sabi, 98.7% is 98.7% of the respondents predict more BAs will enter the industry in 2022, which is now being seen in the Philippine market. If you, I said, back then, 2016, kapag i-search mo yung virtual assistant or home-based job, ang lalabas lang ESL. Ngayon, when you search that word virtual assistant, ang dami na. Ang dami ng job openings, dami ng opportunities. Because I think one contributory or one is the pandemic. The pandemic really opens a lot of opportunities in terms of the telecommuting or the digital economy. It opens na may opportunity outside the traditional. So yan. So if you're planning to enter now, you need to make sure that you have the proper skill set and the stamina kasi mas steeper yung competitions ngayon. So prediction of the future, 84% of the respondents believe that BAs continues to rise in client implementing online courses. Yeah, there's a lot of trainings na lumalabas. But remember, again, start tayo sa free. Free to cover the basics. Then, the deep dive when you're going to have the paid one. Pero i-assess nyo ha. Kasi there's a lot, especially when pandemic hits, yung mga 2020, 21, 21, ang daming courses na nagsilabasan, but it's not being regulated. Kasi nasa training management outsourcing rin kami. So we saw that trend. So paano naman yung ASEAN youth? Kasama tayo dito, no? Yung sa ASEAN, which is lower sa Asia lang. So sa mga youth considered 0 to 19 years old, you know, maraming nagkakaroon na sila ng resilient. If you can see, 48% sabi nila, they're already preparing their future because of the pandemic, right? Diba? Advance mag-isip na. And 41% of the respondents reported having learned a new skill. Nag-aaral na sila ng mga new skill. And we can also see this one on the events that we are delivering. Majority of the participants are already on yung katatapos ng mag-college, and nandun na sila sa napapasok na sila sa labor force. And that's nice. 31% of the youth respond that they found new business models and new ways to improve an income. Ayun. At yung mga business-minded. At they find innovative ways through the use of the internet. Kaya kung titingnan nyo dito, ang daming opportunity because of the opening of the digital economy of the internet. Kaya it's also one way to assess ourselves na we need to also learn skills. We need to also find new models if we're going to enter this one. Let's just skip this one. Okay. How about just to save time? Yung sa Philippines naman, so there is a study conducted by Pioneer and GCash, wherein it's the Philippine Freelance Market Report 2022. We can give you a link to the report. It's nice to read this one so that you can have a hindsight ko paano yung market dito naman sa Pilipinas. So based from the key survey findings, 69% of the freelancers manage their own business and do freelancer on the side. So may mga nandito yung mga hindi siya purely freelance work. Ito yung mga may gig, may trabaho lang on the side. Meron silang traditional job. Tapos meron silang part-time work. So, you know, ang daming options. Traditional freelancing jobs are still prevalent, but social media has given new types of freelancers. So may mga traditional, but with the changing landscape of the freelancing industry, may mga nag-open. For us, is one of the open economy is yung mga creative content creators, that's around 35%. And dito sa Baguio, we should take advantage of it. You know, we are a creative in city, by the way. Then, the key issues naman na napipiece ng mga freelancers is, yun nga, when you enter an industry, may pros and cons yan. So the cons here is that 37% say hindi stable yung yung mga benefits. And true naman, freelancing is a business. You pay for yourself. Not the client will pay for your benefits, for the government benefits. But there are clients that they say that are generous and they pay your benefit, but not everybody. So you pay for your own salary, you pay for your own benefits. Yan. So yung future naman ng income, hindi siya stable. 29% says that because it's an ever-changing landscape. For example, most of the VA, when you're starting a VA career, is that naka per hour ka. So you're billing per hour. Now, if your client says that less hours, so less income, hindi mo yun mapre-predict or hindi masasabi na magko-continue yan in a long period of time because it will also depends on their business. So, ayun. Mag-isip kayo kasi kung iniisip nyo yung stability and so on, well, this is a different story. So isolation from work alone, that's around 23%. Well, the nature of the online work really is a different one. You work from home. You don't have the typical office scenario. Some people feel like they're isolated. Kasi ang online work is that you need to know how to work by yourself, with a team, and without supervision. Self-directed ka dapat. So if you don't have that discipline, oh, yeah, true. Yung iba nagbibigay ng 13-month pay, but not everybody. And also there is an increase of overseas opportunities or mga Filipinos abroad that also entering freelancing. So these are from US, Hong Kong, and South Korea. And yeah. So if you can see also in the report, the freelancers profile are all throughout generation, average siya. So technically, freelancing is regardless of your generation, pwede kayong pumasok. It's not a career limited based on your generation. Kunyari, for example, if you can see here, there are 28% freelancer are now Gen X or boomers, 42 to 67 years old. Yung ibig sabihin, yung matanda na ako, hindi na ako pwede dyan, or hindi ako technical. Nope. There is still a potential work. So if you can see 33%, 22%, 28%, it's very close to each other. So generation-wise, it's open to all. Then the second one, current work status of freelancers in the Philippines. So sabi nga dito, 69%. 69% is with business. So these are the freelancer who registered their profession or their business as a freelancers with the services. 11% freelancer working for different company at different times. So yung pa talon-talon or yung mga part-time and so on. 18% freelancer work for a company and looking for other clients. Ito yung multiple clients. And 2 currently in between jobs. So you can see, freelancing, you can treat this as a business, go on a business, but you can also utilize this career for your work, online employment. Okay? So this is a skip. So ano yung mga types of freelancers in the Philippines? So majority is sales and marketing, customer service, data, but this is on 2022. Remember, the type of freelance work that are in demand changes per year and changes per industry. So you need to also monitor this. Saan ba pwedeng makakuha ng mga trabaho as a freelancer or a gig worker? Different ways. Ito na yung mga platform channels. So we have social media, Facebook. So if you can see, for Filipinos, majority of where they get their client, 50% is from Facebook. So hindi dapat i-treat lang siya as social media, parang networking na, ay, tara, kapit tayo or not. You optimize your Facebook. The second one are digital platforms like Upwork, Simplified, LinkedIn, Freelancer. So we can also have the one that's online jobs, yes. But I have an issue with online jobs kasi. All right. But anyways, but to be honest with you guys, depends on your journey kung saan kayo pwedeng makakuha. For me, I concur with the Facebook. Majority of the clients have been there. And through referrals. Per Upwork, I'm not successful on that, but there are some freelancers that are very good in Upwork. So depende lang kung saan yung channel ninyo. Meron din nakakakuha ng client sa TikTok, LinkedIn, gano'n. Also, in the study, Filipinos enjoy many opportunities because we are widely viewed. ito yung advantage natin over the other candidates as a Filipino and based here in the Philippines. Well, first thing first, we are English proficient. The language is not, it's our second language. So it's easier for us to transition and communicate. Number two is requiring lower labor cost, but be careful with this compared to the US and the Europe. And we are also accustomed to outsourcing because there's a lot of BPOs in here. So most of the freelancers that I'm seeing that are transitioning to virtual assistant are coming from the BPO industry. They are trying to transition to become virtual assistant and also belong to a culture that values work. Yung work ethics natin, kaya pangalagaan natin yun. Kasi when we scratch the image, we are all affected. So we need to work, together. Well, and global citizens would comfortable working in international context. Medyo adaptable tayo mga Pilipino, hindi tayo medyo we can sway with the waves. So, in conclusion, freelancing is here to stay. And so there's a lot of opportunities in here that we can check and evaluate. So just a time check. I still have 30 minutes. All right. So yung mostly ng mga Filipinos, they would like to be paid on a project base preferred. But there are different ways of being, charging client. Let's go naman on a local level. So at a local level, if you can see the portfolio of the Cordillera, majority of our industry are in the agricultural or hunting. Nasa services, ito yung mga IT BPMs. Pero meron tayo sa industry, ito yung mga mining, so on, yung mga manufacturing, yan yung industry. So, majority of our industry is nasa agricultural, but there is an option for the service. So sa services, if you can see, in the in-demand job for key industry in the Cordillera is we have call centers. They like call centers here because we are English speakers, bookkeepers, IT BPM, education for tutors, and construction or the mga labor. But if you can see, there is a potential for people in the Cordillera to provide, this service because we are candidates for call centers, bookkeepers, IT BPM. So there is an opportunity for us. Yan. So kailangan nating lang i-realign. But I think the Cordilleran setup, there's a lot of freelancers here, but they're just we just need to build the community to learn more about, to have a grasp of the number. Okay, why did we discuss those outlooks? Diba? Ano ba yung why na yun? Bakit na yung mga statistics na yan? The data, again, according to Pat Gelsinger, data is the new science. Big data holds the answer. So knowing the insight of the future, you can also align it to your goal. Kasi, papasok ba ako sa industry na hindi ko pinag-aaralan? Diba? Kapag papasok ba ako dito, can I sustain it? Like for example, are you going for the college? Okay. Well, similar with when we are entering yung college tayo, diba? Ano yung kursong kukunin mo? Ano yung naging basis mo for you to get this course? The others is because family, recommended by pamilya. The others is gusto ko lang. But when we enter the labor force, we need to be strategic on it. So we need to understand kung ano ba yung digital economy, ano ba yung outlook niya. We're in the global aspect. Kung dito sa Cordillera, meron ba? So for the college year, meron bang options dito or something like that? So we need to understand the data so that we can plan if this is the industry that we should enter, or are we aligned? Sorry for that, guys. So, use currently ngayon, ang dami na kasing data. So use data to as a guide to your, decision. Or am I going to enter this online work? Magkahanap ako ng trabaho sa online? Before that's why you need to explore. So explore through the available information. These are already available studies. And then check. Kasi syempre, tingnan mo naman sustainability-wise. Right? So, yan, malapit na tayo. Just time check. 30 minutes more. So we still have 2 parts. So the second phase for the discussion is assessing your readiness. So syempre, paano ba? Okay, alam ko na yan. May future sa freelancing. So, ready na ba akong pumasok? Well, there's different factors. Maraming available online tools na pwede niyong gamitin. But we're going to give you an example na pwede niyong i-try. And some of the clients rin, pinapatas ito during the application process. First na you can check is yung learning style questionnaire. The learning style questionnaire will identify which kind of learner are you. Kasi when you enter the industry na to, paano ka ba mag-aaral ng panibagong information? And we are already adults here. Iba yung the way we learn compared when we are kids. So, we need to understand kung paano ako makakapag, learn for new things, new skills. By knowing your learning style, you can be more adaptive. Especially, kunyari, sabi ni kliyente mo is that, kailangan mong maaralin tong bookkeeping na to. Or you're going to do bookkeeping service. Or bookkeeping. Or they need to ask you to do something that is not within your scope. Or it's not within it's a new thing for you. You need to understand your learning style. So the second one is SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. You can conduct this by yourself or with the group. So knowing your strength and your weakness, you can already devise a plan. Kunyari, would you like to find a career based from your strength? Magaling ka dito. So, i-align mo yung career na gusto mo with what you are good at. So, you can identify the opportunities there. Pero kapag gusto mo naman sa weakness, because these are my weakness, ano yung magiging threat nun? If I'm going to, for example, identify mo na you're not technically adept for a new tool. Ano yung threat nun? Potential na hindi mo alam ang gagawin mo. So what should you do? So knowing your strength and weakness, opportunities, threats, you can plan out ano yung tawag dito? Saan kita may mitigation actions. Kasi kunyari, for weakness mo, mahina ka sa technical na to. So, ang mitigation mo doon, mag-aral ka. Aralin mo kung paano gamitin yon. Or, maghanap ka ng someone who knows that, then magpaturo ka para mas mabilis. It depends on you. But knowing your strength and weakness, at least you can plan for your mitigation. Okay? So another one, etong gusto-gustong sa job applications, yung this assessment test. Yung this assessment test, makikita dito kung ano yung personality mo as how you do your work. So meron yung dominant, are you dominant person? Or you can influence? Or you can comply with some things? Or yung steadiness? Ayun. So eto mostly yung ginagamit dito. And there's a free version of this. You can try, just search sa Google this assessment test and you can test that one. I think Tony Robinson's ang may. And you can see yung result, kung ano yung mas dominant sa inyo. Are you a dominant person or influence or steadfastness? Because sometimes when there are certain jobs na kailangang mag-match yung personality mo sa trabaho, otherwise mahihirapan ka. So that's why they ask for this assessment. So you can also, what you can test is that hanap kayo ng mga VA work na trabaho, basahin niyo yung job description, then try niyo i-match siya sa this result ninyo. Kung medyo align siya or maybe try to apply kasi nagmamatch yung characters niyo, character or the requirement of the job versus your character as work. But there are more assessment tools out there. So, ano pa? There's also a readiness framework na ginagamit namin internally. Sorry, hindi ko na-type pa. So, there's also a readiness framework na ginagamit namin dito na internal. Ito, yung readiness is based on different applications that we've joined or undergone and may mga commonality na nakita namin. So, yung first is yung education. Is the education aligned to the online career or yung trabaho na ina-applyan? Do you have an experience doing that work? Kasi yun mostly yung titingnan. And if you have experience and if you have the proper education, do you have the experience working with an actual client? Which is, sa pangatlo, laging dito nadadali yung mga aplikante for online work. Yung actual experience working with a client. Yun. Mostly sila nadadali dyan. Tapos yung number 4 is yung mga technical tools. For example, for bookkeeping, are you familiar with using Xero? And yung technical na yung meron ba kayong backup na internet and so on. So yun yung mostly tinitignan nila. So education-wise, mga 50%, let's say, some of the one is really strict with education, but not everybody. Is very yung education flexible naman yan. Number 2, yung experience of working the actual job. Then, experience with actually working with a client. A client meaning an enterprise that you are working with or nakatrabaho kayo. Medyo mahirap itong sagutin kasi, syempre, paano ka nga magkakaroon ng experience working with an actual client kung wala ka namang, actual na trabaho. So it's just a little bit, but there are ways how you can work around that one. And number 3 is yung tools talaga. Very important rin yung tools. So dito napapasok yung sinasabi niyong certifications and workshops. So in some of the tools, meron silang mga sariling academies and you can learn from them and you can get certifications. So based rin sa study, the biggest challenge in closing the digital skill gap right now, kasi nakita rin namin marami talagang gap. One dito, based to sa study, this is an international study published on 2021. So nakita nila is that inadequate government leadership. But for the Philippines, we have the ICT and there's a lot of campaigns out there. And also the policies are they're already recognizing yung mga industry natin, yung freelancers, kaya meron yung mga Creative Industry Act. Kaya, let's take advantage of it. There's a lot of programs of the government. We just need to tap them and ask questions. Number B and C is very true. Weak under-resourced education system, resistant to reskilling and upskilling. Not everybody that are college graduate, land up with a remote work or remote work agad. Kasi kulang yung iba yung reality versus expectation. Sometimes, depending on your education, they prepare you, but majority of what we've have is that the education natin hindi pa siya at par sa pangangailangan ng labor force. Now, market naman. Tapos yung resistance ng reskilling and upskilling. Again, yun nga, when you enter this online work, again, mindset first, change your mindset. Kapag nasa manager ka, 10 years kang manager, sinasabihan kang yes sir, yes ma'am. When you enter this industry, medyo mag-tone down. Don't expect yes sir, yes ma'am, boss or ganon. You need to start from the very beginning, even though you're 10 years ahead na nagtatrabaho. We all start from zero. And don't be afraid to upskill. Learn, continuous learning. Continuous learning yan talaga. Kasi that's one of your pinakamalaking asset is your skill set. Earn skill set is skill set. Talaga yan yung one. Kasi every year nagbabago talaga yung changes. It change and every year and we need to adapt. For example, ngayon, merong AI. Ano kayang disruption na gagawin ng AI sa industry natin? For digital awareness and understanding. Ito yung mga technical. Kailangan natin i-fill in. Ano ba yung one? Kasi for example, poor understanding. Kasi, di ba, saka nagtatrabaho, work from home. Ano yung work from home? Like, uy, nagtatrabaho ka sa bahay, ano ginagawa mo? Or nakaharap lang yung tao sa computer, ano ginagawa mo? And, awareness of the people around you na online, you're working online and they're not going to see the typical arrangement or the typical 9 to 5 job that there are people around you. You have, you work outside the office, you go to the office, time in, time out. It's a different scenario. Iba yung, and missing collaborations. So missing collaborations, remember, one of your key na gagawin for building your career online is your net worth. Network. Hindi yung mga multi-level networking dyan ha. Hindi yung mga yon. It's more on your network of a fellow virtual assistant and fellow mga clients. Because your net worth is your network is your net worth. And we've proven this very, very long time. Kasi sila yung referral system talaga. Most of our clients come from referrals. So, it's from the network. So, those are the challenges that you need to fill in. And hoping you're able to grasp yung ano ba yung mga challenges ng mga papasok sa online career. All good tayo? Okay. Mayroon lang dito mayroon dito sinabi ni John Paul. Sa client naman dito, they are not looking sa education, background mo, but skill and you can market to the client. Not true to everybody. Kasi depending on the pathway that you're entering and depending kapag local agencies. So the key there is read the job description. Yung mga job description, basa, read, comprehend, then identify your requirement. So it will depend on the situation. There are clients that are not looking for specific education, but there are clients that kailangan kasi it needs sa trabaho. For example, bookkeeping. What we notice is that hindi yung mga nagbo-bookkeeping na without a bookkeeping experience or bookkeeping foundation, nahihirapan. So there are some, yung mga technical work, kailangan talagang merong sometimes educational background. Yung education can be textbook. And okay lang naman yung textbook eh. Very, very konya sila, hindi man. Kaya it will depends on the position or the career that you are looking for. Kaya nga sinasabi dito sa freelancing, it's not really, there's no right and wrong answer. It will be dependent on the situation. Kaya i-assess ng mabuti. Alright? Okay. All good tayo? Raise your hand kapag okay na tayo. Okay na? We can go to the next topic. Yay! Or good. Okay. The skill gap is a reflection of what we value. To close the gap, we need to change the way the country feels about work. Ang lalim, no? But let's just leave it there. Yan. So, all good na tayo. We can go to the part 3. So, time check. It's 15 minutes before 3. Yan. So, what's next? Well, we can give you 8 tips just to close this to have an online career success in 2023. So these are generic tips that you can follow. So knowing your client, well, knowing or the industry that you're entering, yun yung mas importante doon. Alam mo dapat kung ano yung pinapasok mo. Anong industry? For example, would like to be a virtual assistant? In which, what will be your service? Anong industry yan? Kaya nga meron tayo yung mga outlook. Tignan mo kung ano yung outlook nila on the future. Knowing your client is more than niching. So it's very, very important to know yung ideal. So parang ako lang to, dating game. Ano yung tipo kong kliyente? Dating game to. Then finding your niche and monetizing it. So finding your niche meaning you can niche down based on your current previous work, yung mga ano yung skills mo, pwede ka mag-niche down based on your strength. There's a lot. But you need to niche it down so that and monetize it. Kasi 'di ba? Money is in the niches. So kapag you're jack of all trades, don't believe that. It's nice to be a jack of all trades once in a while, but you need to learn how to choose one trade that you're going to be the master. You need to master one trade, and when you do that, you're going to try to monetize that one. For us in Hey Success, what we've done is majority of our client and majority of our services is bookkeeping. So we niche down to bookkeeping. And also the foundation of business documents. You need to, even though it's an online work, you still need to have a, plan. You need to write down your plan. You need to write down your business plan. It doesn't need to be the formal one, but it can be a piece of paper. When trying yung one-page business plan, that you can use that one, then pricing sheet, you need to prepare your pricing sheet. Ano yung service mo, magkano, and proposal and contracts, the documents that you needed. Also this one, it depends on you if you would like to register your profession and your business. You need to plan that out with your business. You need to have the documents on those everything. this is the foundation. Because if you have a business plan, it's a long-term one. So you have a goal, or it's been, because every time not freelancing is not, let's just be realistic. It's not all good. It has its up and down. Hindi siya laging masayang. It has its dark moments. But remember, you always go back to your plan if it's aligned. So if it's not aligned, and you need to iterate to reach the objective. No? Kaya huwag kayong maniwala sa mga sinasabi nila, oh, ganito, ganito. Because there are some catch kapag when you go to the social media, you've learned that earning X amount of money, doing this and that. But the question is, how did they do that? They have a plan. So writing your plan in a business plan, making sure that you are in there for the long run. Consultation, offering up expertise to client. Yan. Consult. Huwag kayong mahiya. Kaya nga, nandito tayo sa webinars. Sa mga webinars na to, it's your time to ask questions. And sa mga workshops, and may mga groups, you can ask questions, join forums, ask questions, lalo na kapag hindi kayo sigurado. Kapag there are some very noble na mga freelancers, they offer free consultations. Pero lang just a word of caution, piliin nyo lang. Make sure na it's aligned. And networking. Join networking groups. May mga dito, hindi yung networking na multi-level networking na bilog-bilog ha, kasi marami dito sa Baguio yan. But, yung network na quality. Network of virtual assistant. For example, for this one, ano ba? Join yung mga pwedeng online communities. Join online communities, meet people there. Sometimes they organize meetups and so on. For dito, example ng networking group dito sa Baguio is yung Connected Women. They conduct meetups once in a while and discuss. So, join those kind of type of network. And network also with the base from the career that you would like. For example, you would like to be a bookkeeper. Then join networks of bookkeepers. Yan. And of course, set boundaries naman. Di naman lahat tayo trabaho na trabaho. So, work life and business foundation, integrate together. Work life integration dapat. Kasi, there's going to be a time na mababurn out ka rin eh. Kaya make sure mo na balance eh. Not everybody, parang kapag nag-work ka na freelancing ka, minsan, may nakikita ko multiple client, wala na silang life, or wala na silang outside life. Kaya, what we do for me is that every weekend lumalabas, or, eat out once in a while. Ganun, para ma-break lang yung routine. And you need to make sure naman na may social life outside work. Iba lang kasi yung setup talaga ng online work eh. And growing and evolving your business, again, with your business plan, you need to make sure that you grow, evolve it, iterate. Kung there are roadblocks ahead of you, find ways, be innovative. So it's not an easy solution, but again, when you enter this one, you need to have the stamina to move forward. Always move forward. For example, you've been applying for X number of client applications na. Wala ka pa rin nakukuha ng client. What should you do? Diba? Or, your emergency, 6 months na, 1 year na wala kang client. Anong gagawin mo na? So you need to make sure that you have planned and iterate according to the situation and find innovative solutions because there's always a solution. And keeping up with the technology. Yes, very, very true to sa freelance, sa VA services namin. Learn, kasi nagbabago yung technology. So, keep learning, go with the trend. For example, ngayon, one of the disruptor is yung AI. Learn how to utilize it. Learn how to utilize it to your work, to your services, and so on. So that, hindi ka mapag-iwanan. Kasi, mahirap rin. Lalo na yung mga nandito na who like to enter yung mga IT-related online career work. You need to learn languages, right? So you need to keep up with the trend. So similar with the technologies, you need to work on this one. Keep learning talaga. Kasi as we go through the years, there's innovations and so on, and there's going to releases of new technologies. What we need to do is learn about it and make it work to our advantage. Okay, so those are the 8 tips that we can give you. The more attention you give to your business, the more attention you can give to yours. So if you can grow this one, sooner or later you're going to reap the benefit. Right? So any questions? Okay. I'm going to finish the last deck of our presentation. Then we can open the floor for question and answer. So what's next? So we are inviting you to join our program, Project Poldia. Sorry, Dizzy. Magpa-plug lang ako. Project Poldia. So what we do is we provide trainings for the community. So we have the upcoming trainings. You can visit our page. And you can register if you wanted to. So we have June 24, July 1, July 28, and another cohort number 2. Then also, if you're interested, please participate in our DOST WISE research program. We are conducting an assessment on the readiness of the Cordillera participant in list to join the digital economy. So we are also conducting that one. And join the Facebook group if you're interested. We're not just because from time to time we post some potential work there based on the requirement of some clients. Then okay, I think that's it. Thank you for listening. But maybe we can open the floor. Jing, maybe there's a questions on the side or something.
Okay, so I'm checking po dito, Miss Paula, sa ating mentee. So someone asked earlier, where do we start? Ayan, yun yung kanyang tanong.
Where do we start? Talagang where do we start? Actually, ask yourself. Hindi, yun nga. Okay, where do we start? Well, let me align lang. We are conducting a Project Poldia. If you are interested, join one of our training, the IE. Because we conduct IECs, we also conduct onboarding. So onboarding, doon mo malalaman kung ano talagang ginagawa ng virtual assistant. And we have there a pathway na we can join. That's one. Number 2, if you were able to check in yung mga assessment tool. Yung mga assessment tool na pwede mong gamitin, for example, yung SWOT. Start with SWOT. Maybe you can start with SWOT analysis. Ilista mo lahat doon ng mga strengths and weaknesses mo. Then identify yung mga opportunities and mga threats. So if you can see there is a threat, kunyari, o hindi ka gusto mo maging bookkeeper pero hindi ka marunong sa technology. Or you would like to work as a bookkeeper, but you don't have accounting or bookkeeping. Ano gagawin mo? So try to fill those muna. To clear out muna yung mga requirements. Kasi even though there is opportunity working online, pero kung hindi mo na met yung requirements, the basic requirements, medyo mahirapan talaga. So that's one. Number 3 is maybe start ka muna as a general virtual assistant, meaning yung mga administrative support. So lahat. Until you identify kung saan ka na mag-specialize. But always remember, ang goal mo doon is start with jack of all trades and find a trade that you're going to be the master. You know, master that one. Parang, then number 4, talk to someone who's really in the VA world na. Yung nag-work na sa virtual assistant para ikwento niya kung experience. So, that's the easiest, pinaka-direct na pwede mong gawin. Where do you start? Maybe really ask someone with the experience. You can have it kwan. Kasi nung nag-umpisa rin ako, nagme-message ako sa random people na sa mga nagme-message ako sa random people with already in that industry. Ina-ask ko sila on how you're going to do that. And there are some who respond and they provide free advice. Kaya, not everybody naman is hoarding information. You just need to find or research people who's willing to share the information. And number 5, there's a lot of resources. Join ka muna sa mga online groups ng mga virtual assistant. Read yung mga threads nila. Then, find insights in there. So, I think, I hope that answers your question. All right. I can start a VA agency. Okay. This is the second question here. Jing, I received a direct message. I'm not sure if this is already in the Menti. Maybe we can put it last.
Alright, pwede naman. Okay. Just to add to Miss Paula's answer to the question, yung where do we start? Yun yung tanong. So, actually, you've already taken the first step by allowing yourself to be in this webinar. Ayan. So, you've allowed yourself to learn about online freelancing, online careers, how to start with online freelancing. So, what you're going to do now is take the next steps. Ano yung, I think that's the better question. Ano yung susunod na gagawin natin? What's the next step? So, kung ano po yung mga na mention kanina ni Miss Paula, I think yun po yung mga possible next steps na kailangan nating i-take right after this webinar. And of course, keep on searching and allowing yourself to learn. Ayan. So by taking advantage of yung mga free courses po natin na available, especially those na from the government or yung ang nag-offer po is the government kasi syempre libre yon. So gusto natin makatipid. Ayan. So later on sa ating webinar, we'll be introducing po our program then. So ayun, hopefully that answered din po yung question. So Miss Paula, meron pa po tayong isa from dito sa ating Menti. So, the question is, are there PWD friendly, PWD friendly online careers, especially in the tech industry?
Okay. To be honest, that's a very, very tricky question. Kasi depends on, because this is very sensitive, right? Our fellow with special needs or person with disabilities. Depende kasi sa category nila kung saan sila. For example, for us, pwede pa rin naman yung online work with regular if still hold up, paano ba? there is available, pero may mga may mga some restrictions depending on the work. I think for us is that if you're mobile naman and you can you can type and so on, pwede mo pa rin i-deliver. But there are some na work na very limited. I think, but one thing or one agency that you can look up into. Sorry, hindi ako talaga more familiar dito. Even though we would like to explore and offering it to our fellow, medyo yung niche namin kasi yung industry namin hindi pa siya nag-move forward with that one. But one agency that you can look into is yung Virtualahan, because they're also offering online opportunities for our fellow PWDs. And I'm not sure with the kind of service na ino-offer nila, but there is. One na nakita ko yung prior is data entry. So that's one service na pwedeng mong pasukin. Pero again, depende po sa the classifications or the PWD classification. And of course, ano yung capability and yung job requirement. Kasi sometimes, even though we would like to provide, pero kung hindi siya nag-comply sa job requirements, medyo, yun, dun tayo, yung basic requirement for the job, we need to comply first so that we need to ensure that, yun, pwede natin siyang, we will have a higher chances of being accepted to that role. But one thing that you can check is yung Virtualahan, because they're really more on the PWD space. And check all of their services.
All right. Okay, thank you, Miss Paula. So just to add din po to her answer. So definitely, yes, meron pong available. Meron pong available jobs for the PWD. Pero when it comes to trainings, medyo limited po kasi nililimit po minsan ng mga training providers po sa for example, I think Virtualahan, they limit the disability po, I think, to lower limb, and then partial kapag for the upper limbs naman po partial. So as long as na yun nga, yung kaya pa rin po or sabi nga ni Miss Paula, mobile, ayan. Kaya pa rin pong gawin yung work, yun, tinatanggap pa rin po sa ating mga trainings. Pero just to answer your question, yun po, definitely yes, meron available jobs. You just have to find yung mga available trainings po, specific for differently abled po individuals. And meron din naman available na mga training providers for this. Gaya na po nung nasabi ni Miss Paula na Virtualahan. Ayan. So, they are experienced po talaga training PWDs, and actually nakapartner din po natin sila last year, kaya lang hindi po nagtuloy yung aming program dahil nga po medyo kulang yung participants. So mahirap din po magtawag ng mga participants na nandun po sa differently abled communities, but we are open, the DICT is open po na sa mga ganong initiatives. Yun nga lang po, medyo ang challenge po sa atin is to find training providers and resource speaker na talagang rin po trained to cater yung mga PWDs, kasi iba po yung
Requirement.
yes, and iba po yung approach po sa kanila kasi meron nga po silang mga limitations. All right, so I hope that answered your questions po, ma'am, sir. So you can proceed now, Miss Paula, dun sa last question.
Okay, so maybe for the last question, I think there's 2 questions in here based sa chat lang there. Miss Paula, how can I start a B agency? I want to set up a team. that will cater a VA jobs on our apartment. Medyo yung tanong niya is nasa higher level na. So, actually, this is already generating grouping na yung ating, well, there's different, how could I answer it? There's no really, it depends on your long-term plan. First is you need to have your business plan. I assume that you already have because you would like already, I think this is already scaling up. The next thing that you need to check is really the structuring or the arrangement with your potential team of virtual assistant. So yun yung first na check nyo. Yung maybe the first one is your business plan. Then second one is your structuring. Yung structuring mo kasi, siya yung magdi-determine on your relationship with the team. And how are you going to proceed to your next operations or business operations? Paano ba siya gagawin? For a deeper, I think that's a starting point. But for a deeper discussion, maybe you can just check this. You can email us, and maybe we can set another call because this is this will go. My answer will going to be dependent on your current situation, but that's the generic response. Pwede mo naman gawin yan. Have your business plan, determine your structure with your current team. Then from there, plan for the next other side of the business because it will depend really sa structure on how you do your operations. So the next one, you can email me and we can schedule a call. The fourth question here is it possible to you to send the links to our email? Yeah, maybe we can compile and we can send to Jing, then she can blast it out.
Yes po. Okay. So we have another question, Miss Paula. I think this is the last one from the mentee.
Okay.
All right. So what industry is the easiest to enter, especially to aspiring freelancers?
There's no easy industry. Lahat yan merong pros and cons. There's no really easy industry. It has its pros and cons. The only thing that I'm going to advise is look inside yourself. Ano ba yung gusto mo in your career? Saan mo siya, paano mo create an assessment of yourself? Ano ba yung career na gusto mong gawin na even though times are hard, you're still, okay, I still go, wake up, enjoy pa rin siya. And you can still continue in the long run. Na hindi siya nakakasawa kapag kunyari 10 you're already working at least 1 year na, nagsawa ka na, you know. So it's the industry that you're going to enter, it will depend on you. There's no easy industry. So check on your, passion, ano yung skills mo, ano yung gusto mong gawin in a long period of time na yun yung magiging career mo. So that's the best way that you can say that it's easy, but no, it's not easy. You're going to go through a lot of things and through the journey, you're going to, pero ang kuhan mo lang dito is that when you enter to the bumps or mga challenges, don't just give up. Just, recalibrate. Restudy your situation and move forward and action. Gawa ka ng action plan mo, then move forward. Yun lang. Just keep moving forward. Kasi the freelance industry will not wait. It's a fast-moving one. So, kailangan mo talagang malaman. And you're going to learn it along the way. Ikaw rin na makakasagot ng sarili mong tanong. I hope that helps. Sorry for being vague.
All right. Okay. So any more questions? So we can move on sa ating next topic.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Wala na po ba? All right, I guess that's it. So we thank you po Miss Paula and to your team at Hey Success for joining us here today sa ating webinar. Ayan, we do appreciate po your time and your effort supporting us in this initiative. Ayan. So for the certificate, Miss Paula will be conducting culminating activity for the National ICT Month on June 30. So we'll award po during that. So yun po. Alright, so so far, kamusta po ang lahat? Ayan, kindly thumbs up or give a heart react kung nandito pa po kayo. Ayan, so let's show Miss Paula some love. Ayan, dito sa ating chat box. Okay. I hope everyone is enjoying their time here in this webinar and gising pa. Ayan. Baka yung iba naantok na no sa ating discussion. Okay, thank you. Thank you po. Thank you all so much sa inyong mga reactions. Okay, so before we move on sa ating second topic, maybe bibigyan po natin kayo ng siguro mga 3 to 5 minutes bio break. Ayan, baka gusto po ninyong kumuha ng inyong water or baka gusto niyo mag-CR. Time check, it's 3:14. So by 3:19. Ayan. Balik po tayo dito and itutuloy po natin ang ating discussion for the topic 2. Alright, so ayan, so see you all po at 3:19. Okay? All right. Hello again to everyone. I hope everyone's here na po, no? Okay. For our topic 2, our title po is Unveiling the Importance of Tax Compliance for Online Professionals in the Philippines and the process of filing returns. So kanina, we've already helped you understand ano yung mga kailangan nating malaman before we start our online careers and how can we assess our readiness for this journey. So ngayon naman, dahil po itong particular subject na to, actually hindi lang yung hindi lang aspiring freelancers yung concerned. Actually marami po tayong kilalang seasoned and aspiring freelancers na confused pa. Ayan, medyo lito sila sa pag-process ng or pag-file ng taxes dito sa Philippines as online freelancers. Okay, so ngayon we've sought help po from the Bureau of Internal Revenue (CAR) and makakasama po natin ngayon ang kanilang team from the Revenue District Office of Baguio City of BIR CAR. So we have here with us po Sir Brent Bagawi together with his team member Ma'am Jewel Kai Miro. Ayan. Hello sir, good afternoon po. Ayan. Alright. Kayo, sir? Naka-unmute.
Okay, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon. Welcome, sir.
Yes. I-kwan ko lang kasi yung mag-uumpisa ng presentation natin yung kasama ko, si Ma'am Jewel.
Yes, sir.
Yes. For a while lang po.
So, good afternoon po. Start na po ba tayo?
Yes po.
Okay.
Pwede na po, Ma'am Jewel.
Okay, sige. I-share ko lang po yung screen natin. So, yan. Nakikita na po ba? Visible na po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ayan.
Ma'am Jewel.
Okay, so good afternoon po. I'm Jewel from RDO8 Baguio. So, ang i-discuss po natin this afternoon is about tax compliance for online professionals and freelancers. So, talastas lang po, please bear with me kasi medyo may pa-background noise tayo, no? So, kung may marinig lang tayong maingay, huwag na lang nating pansinin. Lalakasan ko na lang yung aking voice. Okay? So, start na po tayo. Ayan. So, ano ba yung mga dapat nating i-comply sa BIR? Tatlo yon. So, hindi naman siya mahirap tandaan kasi tandaan lang natin yung acronym na BIR. Number 1 is yung registration requirement. Number 2, invoicing requirement. And then, yung bookkeeping requirement. So, mag-start tayo sa registration requirement. Kung hindi pa tayo naka-register sa BIR, kailangan nating first mag-fill out ng application for registration or yung Form 1901. And then, ang attachment natin doon is nakalagay dyan for professionals na hindi regulated ng PRC o yung mga walang license. Ang i-attach natin is yung any government-issued ID. Example is birth certificate, passport, driver's license, or CTC. Basta meron siyang name, address, and birth date ng applicant. Kung wala namang address yung ID, pwede tayo magpakita ng proof of residence like barangay certificate or barangay certificate na resident tayo ng halimbawa Baguio City. Ganon. And also, kung dapat tugma yung information na ilalagay natin sa application form at saka yung ipapakita natin na attachment na ID. So, dapat parehas yung address na nakalagay doon or birthday na nakalagay doon. And also yung regulated din ng PRC o yung mga may license, ang ipapakita nating attachment is yung PRC ID natin. Yan. So next, kailangan din nating magbayad ng 530 pesos, 500 for the registration fee. So yun yung form 0605 and 30 pesos for documentary stamps. Yan, yung ididikit dun sa certificate of registration natin. And then pag na-accomplish na natin yan, ibibigay na ni BIR yung number 4, certificate of registration or yung form 2303. And also with the ask for receipt notice. And next naman is mag-a-apply din tayo ng resibo, ng libro, and also pwede rin mag-opt ng computerized accounting system or loose leaf accounting records. Basta, kailangan i-register din yon. And then, kung hindi personal yung pagpaprocess natin, yung pagre-register natin, kailangan nating mag-provide ng SPA with photocopy nung IDs nung principal and nung representative. Sabi dito dun sa previous place of employment, saan tayo magre-register? Dapat tayo mag-register kung saan yung employment natin or yung business or kung saan tayo nagpa-practice. So kung sa Manila yung employment natin, yung employer natin, doon tayo dapat mag-register. Kung nasa Baguio naman, dito sa Baguio. Okay? Also, may naka-note din dyan, merong bago si BIR ngayon, yung Newbies Reg portal. Pwedeng online yung pag-re-register natin. So, merong step-by-step process doon, makikita natin doon sa BIR website. Madali lang siyang i-follow. So, ayan. Ito yung itsura ng Certificate of Registration na i-issue ni BIR. Nakalagay dyan yung PIN and branch code, yung name ng taxpayer, registered address, yung issuance ng PIN issuance date, yung mga tax types, ayan, line of business, registration date, ayan. Dyan yung mga information. And then, ito naman yung ask for receipt notice natin. So, ang old notice natin, kung may nakikita kayo sa mga business establishments, yung orange, yung ask for receipt notice, napalitan na yon nung bago, yung kulay green na siya. Ayan. Yung, ang pangalan niya is Notice to Issue Receipt or Invoice. Ayan. Okay. Ayan. Next is ito yung payment form natin or yung form 0605, yung pagbabayaran natin ng 500. So itong tatlong to, 2303, notice to issue receipt or invoice, and form 0605, dapat makikita siya sa visible area ng place of business. Kung bahay yung place of business natin kasi online, di ba? Pwede namang i-keep na lang natin dun sa bahay natin or pwede namang i-display kung gusto ninyo, no? Basta, ang importante, hawak nyo yung original copies ng mga COR, as for receipt notice, and yung 0605. Oh, Tapos na. Tapos ang registration requirement. Next is yung invoicing requirement. So lahat ng business, whether private or government, who are engaged in business shall secure or apply from the BIR an authority to print. So kailangan meron tayong authority to print para makapag-print ng resibo or makapag-issue ng resibo, whether principal or supplementary receipts. Ayan. So ito yung mga principal invoices natin. Si sales invoice, pwedeng VAT or non-VAT, or official receipt, VAT or non-VAT. Ang pagkakaiba nito, si invoice is ini-issue ng ng person or business na engaged sa sale of goods. So invoice, goods. And si official receipt is para sa mga nagpo-provide ng services. So yun yung pagkakaiba nila. Kung napapansin po natin, pag kumakain tayo sa restaurant, official receipt yung nakikita natin. And kung may bibilhin naman tayo, like mga school supplies, invoice naman yung nai-issue sa atin. So supplementary receipts, meron din tayong mga supplementary receipts or commercial invoices. Hindi ko sure kung applicable po ito sa professional, pero parang hindi. So basahin ko lang yung delivery receipts, order slips, debit or credit memo, purchase order, job order, provisional temporary receipt, acknowledgement receipt, collection receipt, cash receipts, bill of lading, billing statement, and statement of account. Kung applicable po sa atin to, kailangan din nating mag-apply ng ATP para makapag-issue ng mga resibong ito. Sabi niya, no ATP shall be granted for the printing of principal and supplementary receipts or invoices unless the required information are reflected therein. So ano nga ba yung dapat makita sa resibo? So syempre yung name ng professional, and then yung business style or kung may business name siya, and then yung taxpayer identification number or yung TIN, yung address, and also space for date of transaction, space for customer name and address, serial number ng invoice or receipt, and then yung ATP number and yung printer information. So yan. Only BIR accredited printers shall have the exclusive authority to print principal and supplementary receipts or invoices. So, hindi po basta-basta makakapagpa-print ng resibo. Meron tayong mga accredited printers, hindi ko lang i-attach dito. So, hindi pwede yung mga binibili sa mga bookstore. Yan. Kasi wala siyang ATP number. Yan. And also kung naririnig nyo po ito, yung wala ng 5-year validity ng mga resibo natin. So kung nakakuha tayo nung July 16, 2022 onwards, wala na pong expiration yung resibo natin. So magagamit natin siya hanggang sa maubos, and then saka tayo pwedeng mag-request ng panibago. Yun lang po yun. Yan. So paano ba tayo mag-i-issue ng receipts? So for every sale of goods or services, dapat si TP ay mag-issue ng sales invoice or OR. So para dun sa mga non-VAT registered, 100 and above, yun ang dapat nating i-resibo. Unless mag-request si customer. So kung 50 pesos lang yung nabili niya, halimbawa online seller tayo ng ukay-ukay, ganyan. Kung 50 pesos lang yung nabili niya, tapos nag-request siya ng resibo, bigyan natin, issuehan natin. Pero pag hindi, okay lang na hindi natin i-issuehan. Oo. Pero yung mga less than 100 na yun, at the end of the day, dapat iipunin natin sila, and then pagsasamahin natin sila sa isang OR or isang resibo, isang invoice. And then kung VAT registered naman, regardless of amount, dapat mag-issue tayo ng resibo. So, keeping and preservation of receipts or invoices. So, ang mga resibo po natin ay dapat kinikip natin for 10 years. Ayan. So, medyo matagal. Dapat kinikip natin sila. Unless nag-close tayo, ha? Dapat i-surrender natin yung mga unused pag nag-close. And also, it includes digital records. So, manual or electronic receipts, dapat ikinikip natin siya for a period of 10 years. So, si original copy is para kay purchaser, kay customer, and then yung duplicate, hahawakan naman ni TP, yung seller. So, next is yung bookkeeping requirement. Sabi niya dito, taxpayers are required to maintain books of accounts using acceptable method of accounting. So, lahat po ng TP ng taxpayers is dapat meron silang books or records ng kanilang mga transactions. Yan. Kung ang gross sales natin or receipts natin, yung mga nare-receive natin, exceeds 3 million, ang books of accounts dapat ay ino-audit and ini-examine yearly ng independent CPAs. And also, yung mga FS natin or returns natin is dapat merong balance sheet certified by CPA, income statement, and yung ibang attachments niya, like yung notes to FS. Yun. Yun is applicable lang naman siya kung more than 3 million yung nare-receive natin. Pero kung less than, okay lang na hindi siya i-audit ng CPA. So, ito yung book na dapat kinikip natin. For non-VAT registered taxpayers, they can use simplified bookkeeping or yung isang columnar or yung brown book. Wala na yung blue book ngayon. Or pwede rin namang mag-register sila ng cash receipts book, cash disbursement book, pwede rin may general journal, general ledger, subsidiary ledger, and special books like senior citizen book. Okay. So lahat ng books na gagamitin ni taxpayer is dapat registered kay BIR. Si VAT taxpayer naman, kailangan ang books niya is cash receipts book, cash disbursement book, ayan, general journal, general ledger, subsidiary ledger. Dapat meron silang ganun. Hindi pwedeng isa lang. So, yeah. So, ito yung sample nung paano tayo magsusulat or magre-record sa books natin. So, dito sa left side, merong cash receipts. Dito natin isusulat yung mga receipts natin, yung mga sales, ganyan. And then dito naman sa kanan, yung cash disbursements, yung mga expenses natin. So, ang sample dito is, pwede natin ilagay dun sa particulars part kung anong OR number or invoice number or kung anong specific na gusto nyong ilagay, kayo na ang bahala, basta naiintindihan. And then, dun sa columns, ilalagay natin yung total sales for the day. So, yan. Tapos sa kabila, ganun din, kung anong type ng expense, pwedeng rent, utilities, yung light and water, supplies, yung mga kailangan natin sa business natin. Yan. And then, ilalagay din natin sa column yung amount. Okay. Next. Okay. So, si books daw is dapat nasa place or of business natin. So, dapat nasa office natin or sa bahay natin, hawak natin, ganyan. And books of accounts must be updated daily. So, araw-araw din dapat natin ini-entryhan. Kung halimbawa sa isang araw, wala tayong transaction, ilalagay lang natin no transaction, no sales, no receipts, gano'n. Basta daily yung pag-entry natin. And also, dapat tinatago natin siya ng 10 years, kagaya ng invoice. Basta lahat ng mga documents natin from the bureau, dapat itago natin ng 10 years. Wag muna natin itatapon, isusunog, pupunitin. Kasi baka kailanganin natin in the future. And then, the registration of new set of manual books of accounts shall only be at the time when the pages of the registered books have all been exhausted. So, hindi na siya kagaya dati na annual or yearly yung pagpapalit ng libro natin. Ang pagpapalit ng libro na ngayon is pag naubos. So, pag naubos yung pages, saka tayo magre-register ulit ng panibagong libro. Yan. Ayan. So, ano nga ba ang mga taxes natin? Okay pa ba? Ayan. So, number 1, income tax. Ayan. Ano ba ang income tax? It's a tax on persons' income, profits, arising from property, practice of profession, conduct of trade, or business. Ayan. So, para sa mga online professionals and freelancers, yung mga nakukuha nyo sa pagpapractice ng profession ninyo, yun yung masasubject to income tax. May dalawang option ang online professionals and freelancers. Pwede si 8% income tax or si graduated income tax. So, unahin na muna natin si graduated. Yeah. Okay. So, ito yung formula kung paano natin i-compute ang income tax natin. Yung step-by-step process pala nung returns or kung paano mag-file is i-discuss later on ni Sir Brent. So, ayan. First is i-identify natin yung gross income natin. Kung magkano yung na-receive natin. Halimbawa, ayan, 100,000 yung na-receive ko sa isang taon. Yan. Tapos, i-deduct natin yung mga allowable deductions natin. Halimbawa, nagre-rent ako, nagbabayad ako ng tubig at kuryente sa office ko, ganyan. Yun yung mga pwede nating i-deduct. And then, ang result nun is the net taxable income. And then, i-multiply natin siya sa mga tax rates natin. Okay? So, kung ano lalabas doon, yun ang income tax due. And then, pwede tayong mag-deduct ng mga taxes withheld sa 2316 or 2307 natin. So, ang result nun, nalalabas kung merong matitira, yun ang income tax payable. So, ito yung rates para sa graduated tax types. So, for the year 2023 onwards, 250,000 and below, it's still 0% or exempt from income tax. So, for 1 year, less than 250,000 ang net natin, taxable income, exempt pa rin tayo. Ayan. So, ito yung mga pwede nating i-deduct. So, yung mga expenses na ordinary and necessary sa trade, business, and professional expenses natin. And also, dapat substantiated with sufficient evidence. May resibo dapat. So, personal, living, or family expenses are not deductible kahit pa may resibo. So, halimbawa, online tutor ako, tapos, magdideduct ako magkiklaim ako ng deduction na fuel, ganyan, or gas. Parang hindi siya related sa profession kasi kung online tutor ka, di ba, parang online siya, di ka naman magta-travel, gano'n. So, yun, hindi siya pwedeng i-deduct. Parang gano'n. Yan. So, yun yung sa graduated. And then, meron ding 8% tax type. So, ang formula niya naman is gross receipts less 250,000 na deduction. So, si 250,000 na deduction is fixed siya sa isang taon. So, kung ano ang lalabas doon, kung may excess, imumultiply natin siya agad sa 8%, yun ang babayaran na tax. So, kung magne-negative naman yon, 0 pa rin yung tax due natin. So, wala pa rin tayong babayaran. Yun. So kung mag-8% tayo, walang percentage tax or business tax. And then, kailangan pag, halimbawa, ang pinili ko ngayong 2023 is 8% tax type. So next year, 2024, kailangan i-signify ko sa first quarterly income tax return ko na mag-8% ulit ako. Kasi kung hindi ko signify yon, ang result nun is magiging graduated tax type ka for that year. So yun. So bago tayo magbayad, dapat isi-signify natin yung yung option natin na mag 8% pa din. Dapat i-update natin siya through 1905. So yun ang ng 8%, dapat ina-update siya every year. So kung hindi ka nag-update for next taxable year, magiging graduated tax type ka. And hindi ka pwedeng mag 8% for that year. Okay po. Yan. So any excess of 250,000 sa 8%, automatic i-subject siya sa 8%. May tanong po ba? Wala?
Hi,
Kung-
ma'am. Meron po sa dito sa meeting chat.
Ma'am, okay lang kaya na
After na lang,
parang-
after na lang,
ayun,
Ma'am Ju.
after.
Yes
After
po.
na lang.
Yes po. Okay
Yes,
lang.
okay. Sige po. Ayan. Saan na yun? Ayan. So yung deadlines ng filing ng income tax is, so quarterly ang filing ng income tax. First quarter, January to March. Ang due date niya is May 15. Yan, May 15. Parang magbibilang ka ng March, April, May. Parang 2 months, gano'n. Pero, kung natapos halimbawa ang January, February, March, April, pwede ka nang mag-file. Yan, as early as April 1. Basta, wag kang lalagpas ng May 15, yung deadline niya. So, sa second quarter naman, ang deadline niya is August 15. So, May 15, August 15, and then yung third quarter, November 15. And then, yung fourth quarter is yun yung April 15 the following year. So, gets ba yan? May 15, August 15, November 15, and April 15. And yung mga forms na gagamitin para sa quarterly is 1701Q. Para naman sa annual is 1701 or 1701A. Okay? Ang attachments to ITR, so BIR Form 2307 or yung creditable withholding tax natin, or BIR Form 2316 kung employed kayo. Pero parang sa professional hindi siya masyadong applicable. Ayan. And also mag-a-attach din tayo ng FS, gaya nga ng sabi kanina, pag nag-exceed ng 3 million yung receipts natin. Okay, next is business tax. Tapos na tayo sa income tax. Susunod naman na tax is business tax. So, meron po bang VAT dito yung mag-i-exceed ng 3 million? Kung mag-i-exceed tayo ng 3 million, required na ang business tax natin is VAT. Kung hindi naman, kung less than 3 million, ang business tax natin is percentage. Unless mag-opt tayo ng 8%. Yun yung sabi kanina. Pero kung less than 3 million at gusto mo mag-VAT, pwede naman. Okay, option naman natin yun. So, i-discuss ko na lang po si VAT and percentage para if ever mag-exceed ng 3 million yung sales natin, di ba? Alam natin ang mga gagawin. So, si VAT, ang transactions na sakop ni VAT is sale of goods and properties, sale of services and lease, and importation. Ayan, kung applicable sa atin. Yan. So, sa VAT, meron tayong output tax and input tax. Si output tax, yun yung tax dun sa sale natin. Kung nagbenta tayo, di ba, na kung nakikita nyo pag nagpo-purchase kayo, merong additional na VAT na 12%. Yun si output tax ng seller. Input tax naman is dun sa mga purchases natin. So pag nag-purchase ka halimbawa ng halimbawa sa rent mo, ayan, meron siyang VAT yan. Ayan. Ang rate ng output and input tax is parehong 12%. So pag ipag-deduct natin, output less input, ang lalabas is yung VAT payable natin. Pag negative yan, so wala tayong VAT due. Ayan. Dito sa VAT, prior to train law, monthly ang filing. Ayan. Form 2550M para dun sa mga first and second month of the quarter, and yung deadline niya is 20th day following the end of each month. So halimbawa January, natapos si January, ifa-file mo na siya, ifa-file mo siya ang deadline is February 20. And then, pag quarterly naman, dun sa third month of the quarter, 25th day naman ang kanyang due date. So halimbawa, ifa-file mo yung pang March, April 25 naman yung due date niya. Pero dito sa train law, may nilabas lang na bago, beginning January 1, 2023, quarterly na rin ang filing ng VAT. Ayan. So 2550 yun na lang yung ifa-file, and 25th day following the close of taxable quarter na ang due date. So ayan. First quarter daw, ang due date natin is April 1 to 25. Second quarter, July 1 to 25. Third quarter, October 1 to 25. And then fourth quarter, January 1 to 25 ng the following year. So, pag VAT taxpayer tayo, meron din tayong sinasubmit na SLSP, yung summary list of sales and purchases natin. Yan. On or before 25th day of the following month after the close of the taxable quarter. Yan. Online na natin siya isinasubmit ayan through e-submission at bir.gov.ph. Yan. So next, percentage. Siguro ito yung kadalasan na nagiging nagiging business tax natin. Yan. So si percentage, ang rate niya is before yung create law, yung nag-pandemic, it's 3%. Tapos nung July 1, 2020 hanggang June 30, 2023, ayan, itong June na lang, ang rate niya is 1%. So pag natapos si June, pag nag-July 1 na, babalik na siya to 3% unless i-extend nila yung batas. Pero kung hindi, babalik siya to 3%. And ang form naman na gagamitin dyan is 2551Q, and ang due date niya is 25th day of the month following the close of each quarter. So same lang dun sa VAT. First quarter is April 25, second quarter is July 25, third quarter is October 25, and fourth quarter, January 25. So sa withholding, siguro kung nagre-rent kayo, yun ang applicable sa inyo. Kasi kayo ang wini-withholdan, di ba? So halimbawa na lang nagre-rent kayo, i-discuss ko na lang si withholding tax expanded. So ang form niya is 0619E pag monthly, and 1601EQ sa quarterly. So ang filing nito is monthly. Okay. Magkakaiba lang yung form na gagamitin. So sa first and second month of the quarter, ang gagamitin is 0619E. And ang due date nun is 10th day of the following month. So, sa third month of the quarter, ang gagamitin na form is 1601 EQ. And ang due date niya is last day of the month following the close of each quarter. So, see first quarter, April 30, second quarter, July 31, third quarter, October 31, and fourth quarter, January 31. Yan. And also may sinasubmit din dito na alpha list and 1604E na annual report. Yan. Okay. Ayan lang naman yung parang summary niya. So, kung January and February, yung form type niya is 0619E, and then yung payment period or yung due date niya is itong payment period. Yan. So, para maintindihan natin, halimbawa nagre-rent tayo, si withholding kasi is parang advance, kumbaga parang advance payment mo siya. So, halimbawa, ang rent nyo is 10,000. Ayan. So, ang rate kasi ng rent is 5%. So, ang 5% ng 10,000 is 500. So, si 500, yun ang i-remit mo kay BIR. So, parang i-advance mo na siyang bayaran. And then, ang babayaran mo na lang kay lessor is 9,500 kasi si 500 is niremit mo na kay BIR. And then, after that, bibigyan mo si lessor ng Form 2307 at yun yung pwede niyang gamitin sa na-deduct sa income tax niya. So parang ganun yung ano niya, ganun yung process niya. And also sa mga professionals, ang rate nila kadalasan na nawi-withholdan. So kung mapapansin niyo, parang may bawas yung ano, 'di ba, yung mga sahod. So halimbawa 10,000 monthly, parang nababawasan ng 10%. Kasi ang rate ng professionals is 5 or 10%. So halimbawa mababawasan ng 10%, so parang 9,000 na lang yung na-receive mo. Parang ganun. So si 1,000 ni-remit ni employer mo or ni employer mo kay BIR, and then bibigyan ka niya dapat ng Form 2307 naman. Ganun. And yun ang i-deduct mo, pwede mong i-deduct sa income tax mo. So parang ganun po siya. Sa ano later, sa step-by-step process, ayan, madidiscuss naman yun po. Ayan, ito si Form 2307. Ito yung ibibigay nyo kay lessor or dapat nyong hingin kay employer ninyo para makapag-deduct kayo sa income tax. So, tapos na ang mga taxes. Sa filing and payment naman tayo. Sa filing and payment natin, meron tayong dalawang ano ba to? Basta yun, dalawa. Manual or electronic. So, si manual, yun yung mag-a-accomplish tayo ng 3 copies or 4 copies ng mga tax returns, and then babayaran natin sa banks. Yan, sa mga authorized agent banks din. Hindi siya sa lahat ng bangko. Meron din tayong mga authorized na banks lang. And then, sa electronic naman, merong EBIR forms and merong EFPS. So sa EBIR forms, ipa-file muna natin siya, and then kailangan natin i-submit. Then after that, may marireceive tayong acknowledgement from BIR na na-receive nila yung filing. And then kung may babayaran tayo, pwede natin siyang bayaran sa banks din, or meron tayong mga online payments. So like GCash and Maya. Pero si GCash kasi, nito lang is meron silang advisory na disabled ang payment ng BIR sa GCash. And meron din tayong online sa Union Bank, Development Bank, and Land Bank. Pwede rin tayong magbayad dyan. And sa EFPS naman, merong mga taxpayers na required na mag-file through EFPS. And pwede rin namang parang mag-opt ka ng, i-opt mo na mag-file sa EFPS. Parang ganon. Yan. Eto na. So halimbawa, parang sa isang quarter, wala tayong na-receive na receipts. Halimbawa lang naman. And then sasabihin natin, hindi na ako magbabayad kasi wala naman akong na-receive. Hindi po pwede yon. So kung wala po tayong babayarang tax due or wala tayong transaction for that quarter or for that month, kailangan pa rin po nating mag-file. Ayan. Kailangan natin siyang i-file through EBIR forms. Ayan. And then, kailangan may confirmation receipt siya na attachment. Kasi kung wala yung confirmation receipt, parang hindi siya valid. Ayan. Ganun. And then, pwede rin namang magbayad tayo ng voluntary payment kung naririnig nyo yung 100 pesos na voluntary payment or 200 kung magkano man ang voluntary payment niyo, pwede naman po. Yan. Ino-note lang natin na with or without payment, always file the required returns on time. Kasi pag hindi po natin yun ginawa, yan, merong mga penalties for late filing or non-filing of returns. So, hindi lang po isang penalty yan, 3 penalties siya. So, meron tayong surcharge or 25% nung tax unpaid. So, halimbawa, ang unpaid mo is 1,000. So, ano ang 25% nun? 250, 250, or 25. Basta yan, 250. Plus 250 na siya. And then, merong interest. So, halimbawa, 1 day kang hindi na-late, 1 day kang na-late. So, plus 12% ng 1,000 is kung ano man yon. And then, meron compromise. So, si compromise, ang minimum niya is 1,000 and ang maximum niya is 50,000. Meron tayong table dyan. Pwede natin i-visit yung RMO 7-2015 Annex A. Ang minimum niya is 1,000. So, kung ang tax na nakalimutan nating bayaran is 1,000, so madadagdagan pa siya ng 1,000. So magkano na ang babayaran natin? Instead na 1,000 lang, madadagdagan pa siya ng 1,250 plus. So parang ganon. Also, kung magko-close tayo, mag-i-stop na tayong mag-practice ng profession natin, lilipat tayo ng office address, lilipat tayo ng bahay, ganyan. Kailangan nating sabihin kay BIR or i-update si BIR kasi hindi siya automatic na magko-close kung nag-close na rin kayo. Yan. So, dapat i-inform natin si BIR. Yan. So tapos na po ang discussion natin. For more information, pwede po nating i-visit si website. Ayan, nandiyan ang mga updates, mga regulations na pwede po nating basahin. So next speaker na po tayo. Thank you.
Okay. Mamaya na lang yung question and answer natin para ituloy ko lang yung discussion natin. Wait. Lang. Clear naman po yung audio natin? Clear po ba?
Yes, sir.
Oo. Tapos yung presentation, nakikita niyo na po ito?
Yes po, visible, sir.
Sige, so ikuhakan ko lang, recap lang sa na-discuss ni Ma'am Jewel. So yung mga requirements po ng isang online professional or freelancer, kailangan nating mag-register. After registration, kailangan natin ng invoicing or yung pag-acquire ng resibo tsaka pag-issue sa mga ating clients. Third, yung bookkeeping requirements. Doon tayo magre-record ng mga ating transactions. Whether yun yung receipts natin or yung expenses natin sa render ng service or pag-practice ng ating profession. So pakitandaan, clarification lang sa registration. So saan po ba tayo magre-register? So pag online professionals and freelancers, kung saan po yung residency nyo. Tapos kung sino po yung BIR na covered, may jurisdiction, kung saan kayo residente, dun po kayo mag-register as online professional. Okay, so next, i-clarify ko din yung sa filing natin ng WE or yung withholding tax na diniscuss ni Ma'am. Yung regarding sa rent kasi yung dinidiscuss niya. Siguro yun yung is applicable po sa inyo kung meron kayong physical office. Pero ngayon parang online is more, if not all, parang iilan lang yung may mga physical office, home base kasi. Kaya online or freelance, online practice ang ginagawa natin. So baka hindi po applicable yung filing ng withholding tax. Pero para lang magka-idea kayo doon regarding sa i-share ko lang yung isa pang screen. I-share ko lang. Okay. Ito yung sa nakikita po ito, yung section 2. Nasa may...
Yes, sir.
So ito yung sa website din namin, pwede nating mabisita ito. Ito yung Revenue Regulations number 11-2018. Yung section 2 niya kasi ito yung regarding sa inyo, yung mga online professionals. Kung meron ng mga naka-register dito, baka meron na kasi kayong na-experience na withholding taxes siguro. Yung mga binabayad sa inyo, may deduction. O ito yung portion na to. Itong portions po na ito. Ito po. Yung mga portions na yan. Ito. Yung mga 5% na withholding, tsaka yung 10%. Ito kasi papasok tayo dito kahit freelancer and professionals. May mga nawi-withhold ng mga, lalo na yung mga kung saan nyo nare-receive yung payments nyo or yung source of income nyo is within the Philippines. Yung mga corporations or individuals na within the Philippines may withholding, minsan yung mga commissions na binabayad sa atin or yung income payments nila inyo, yung ibabayad nila, babawasan nila ng 5% na withholding tax or 10, depende po sa income nyo or sa pag-declare nyo sa kanila kung na-accomplish nyo yung may annex na ipapakita ko mamaya. So ito po yung annex. Ito yung annex. Nakikita po ito, yung annex B2.
Yes, sir.
So itong annex B2, ito kasi yung dapat upon registration or kung sino po yung kung saan nanggagaling yung income nyo. For example, kung nag-online tutor kayo, kung sino yung nagbabayad sa inyo ng income, dapat nagsasubmit kayo sa kanila ng ganito every year or once na dun Once na kayo, service provider na kayo sa individual or company na yun. Income payees sworn declaration of gross receipts. Itong Annex B2 for loan income payers. Nasa annex din ito ng Revenue Regulation 11-2018. So ito kasi na-accomplish nyo, meron dito yung declaration. Itong part po na ito. Yung sa selection nyo ng income tax regime. Katulad yung na-discuss ni Ma'am Jewel kanina, yung income tax meron siyang graduated income tax rates at meron din siyang 8%. Yun kasi yung dalawang selection sa income tax. So dito nyo, dinideclare nyo kasi sa magbabayad sa inyo kung anong income tax ang ginagamit nyo. So ito po siya. Tapos meron siyang, kailangan kasi ipanotarize ito. May documentary stamp. Tapos papareceive natin sa withholding agent o kung sino po yung nagbabayad sa atin ng income tax. Ng income. Kung saan kayo nag-earn, kung saan nanggagaling. Itong Annex B4, yung iisa lang yung pinanggagalingan. Yan po siya. Tapos yung next lang. Itong Annex, yan, Annex B1. Ito naman is para sa mga ina-accomplish ng mga online professionals or freelancers na marami silang pinanggagalingan ng several income payers. Madaming na iba-iba ang nagbabayad sa kanila ng income. So yun din, parehas naman yung pipili lang kayo dito, nandito yung details niya, i-accomplish nyo. Kailangan ding na-notarize, documentar, tapos isasubmit nyo sa withholding agent or yung payer nyo or yung kung sino yung nagbabayad sa inyo, isasubmit nyo isa-isa kung several income payers sila. Yun siya. Kasi yung effect nun, makikita kasi dito. Ito yung ibibigay nila, dapat yung mga ito yung i-require nyo, 2307, dapat nare-receive nyo to every, depende sa releasing kasi ng income payer nyo, kung per quarter or monthly. Kasi dapat ito yung ina-attach nyo sa quarterly filing nyo. For example, kung first quarter ito, nakalagay dito yung period niya. For the period January to March, nakalagay siya dyan. Tapos dito yung kung anong income payment subject to expanded withholding tax, yan siya. Tapos kung magkano yung mga income na binayad nila for the first month, second month, third month, tsaka total. Tapos kung magkano yung rate. Ito siya, yung tax withheld, kung 5 or 10% po ang withhold sa inyo. Yun po. So babalikan natin yung regulation na pinakita ko kanina. Ito, yung portion. Itong 5 or 10%, mabigat kasi itong 10% na withholding tax. So kahit hindi kayo umabot ng 3 million, tapos hindi nyo in-accomplish yung annex na pinakita ko kanina, automatic na kung nagwi-withhold kasi yung income payer nyo, automatic na 10% ang i-withhold nila yun based on your gross income. So yun po. So pag in-accomplish nyo, mas mababa yung i-withhold sa inyo, which is 5%. Di bali yung mga wini-withhold kasi na to, pwede nyo ginagamit nyo to na deduction sa income tax due nyo. Kung magpa-file kayo ng income tax, deduction sa tax due. Provided na meron yung Form 2307 na dapat hinihingi nyo lagi every end of the quarter dun sa income taxpayer basta nakikita nyo na nagwi-withhold sila ng 5 or 10% sa inyo sa kanilang binabayad sa yung mga binabayad nila sa inyo. So yun lang. Mag-move tayo sa may presentation. So ito yung sa pinakita kanina sa slide. yung 5% ay yung sa tax types. Ito kasi yung mga regular tax types niyo. Ito siya. Yan. Ito yung sa income. Ito yung mga tax types. So, income tax or IT, ito yung income tax. Tapos most likely naman walang VAT dito kasi hindi tayo aabot ng 3 million. Mas maganda pa din yung percentage tax. So percentage tax or ito yung para sa mga non-VAT percentage tax which is 3%. Yung VAT kasi 12% ito. So kapag yung sa income tax, ito yung kung 8% income tax ang pinili nyo, ito lang po ang ifa-file nyo. Income tax lang siya. Hindi na kayo magpa-file ng percentage tax. So pag dito kayo sa may graduated income tax rates ang pinili nyo, masasubject kayo sa filing ng income tax tsaka percentage tax. Kaya nakacheck po siyang dalawa. Yun po. Bago tayo mag-proceed sa step by step na pag ipapakita ko yung computation, pa-print screen na lang po ako ng ano.
Everybody's watching.
Pa-print screen na lang ako nito yung mga deadlines. Tsaka yung mga forms. Okay. Okay na po, na-print screen yun na. Para i-move ko sa next.
Yes,
Na
sir.
schedule of deadlines. Para may reference lang kayo mamaya. Percentage. Sorry. But ito po. Pa-print screen din po ako ng percentage tax. Okay na po. Recap lang sa bago natin ipakita yung sample. Ito yung itsura kasi ng graduated. Ito po. Graduated income tax table. Kung paano po computein yung income tax natin. So, effective siya nung January 1, 2018 hanggang December 31, 2022. Bali yung scenario na ipapakita ko sa inyo is hindi natin trinay ko kasi yung 2023 for the taxable 2023 para ipakita ko sana pero hindi maipasok sa EBIR forms kasi hindi pa tapos yung year para sana makita niyo yung transitioning ng rates dito. So dito, ito na lang yung for this scenario, itong gagamitin natin na graduated income tax rates yung hanggang for the taxable year 2022 kasi yung ipapakita ko. So ito po yung scenario. Sabihin natin, ito yung case name. Kunwari ganito po ang case ng isang online professional or freelancer. So para natin yung example, yung online professional for the taxable year 2022. So natapos na yun. Meron siyang 730,000 na income for the whole year. So yung una kasing scenario sa filing ng income tax ay filing ng taxes, sabihin natin non-VAT siya kasi hindi naman siya mandatory na mag-VAT kasi hindi siya umabot ng 3 million. Tapos yung pinili niya is itemized deductions, which is yung present nating example, hypothetical lang ito. Tapos mostly kasi yung pag online professional, yung mga expenses na directly related sa atin is most likely hindi natin ma-separate, lalo na pag home base. Hindi natin ma-separate sa yung utilities, yung kuryente na nagagamit natin sa pag-practice ng online profession, o yung internet na binabayad natin, baka pang whole family din yun. Hindi natin makiklaim as full deduction dito sa itemized deductions. Tapos, baka yung pwede nating ma-claim dito kung sa real practice, pero kayo yung nakakaalam dun, mostly yung training siguro, yung mga training expenses nyo. Yun yung pwede nyong ma-claim na deduction sa incomes nyo or sa receipts nyo as online professionals or freelancer po. So sabihin natin graduated income tax rates po yung online professional, itemized deductions ang gagamitin niya. So pag graduated, bale reminder kanina yung subject sa income tax and percentage tax. So for the year 2022 to so sabihin natin first quarter ito po. So 150,000 ang income niya ng first quarter. So magbabayad siya ng percentage tax na 150,000, 1% po ng 150,000 is 1.5. So yun po yung babayaran niya na percentage tax. Tapos sa income niya, ito hypothetical lang na meron siyang mga expenses na nagtotal ng 69,000. So may 81,000 siyang net income. Yun po. So hindi pa umabot sa 250,000 kaya wala siyang tax due. Yun po. So for sabihin nating second quarter, 200,000 po ang income po ng online professional. So 200,000 times 1%, 2,000. Yun po yung babayaran niyang percentage tax. Tapos magpa-file siya ng income tax, itong portion po sa second quarter. So 200,000, sabihin natin may expenses siya na 90,000 kaya 110 po ang net income niya. For the second quarter, i-add po natin ang income niya from total taxable income niya from previous quarter, which is the 81,000. So yung cumulative or taxable income niya to date is 191,000. Hindi pa siya umabot ng 250,000 na basic deduction kaya wala pa siyang income tax due. So sabihin natin second quarter, 120,000 po ang na-earn. So 120,000, 1% po nun is 1.2. So ito po yung babayaran niya na percentage tax. Tapos magpa-file siya ng income tax, ito din po yung portion na to. So 120,000 gross receipts for the third quarter, expenses or ito yung cost of services niya. Bali meron na siyang net income na 64,000 after expenses. And i-add natin yung cumulative or income tax from previous quarters, which is the 191,000. Ito yung taxable income niya from first and second quarter, first to second quarter. So total as of third quarter is 255,000. So yung 255,000, umabot na siya ng 250,000. So kung magre-refer tayo dito, ito, papasok na siya sa bracket na ito. Ito po. Papasok na siya sa bracket na ito. Yung second bracket, which is 20% po in excess of 250,000. Yan. So kung babalik tayo dun, 1,000 ang tax due niya. Kasi yung 5,000 times 20%, which is nandun. Kasi 255 less 250. Excess of 250 is 5,000 times 20%. Yun yung nasa table. 1,000 po ang tax due for income tax. Yan. Kaya yun yung babayaran niya for the third quarter. And assuming sa October to December, may 260,000 siyang income. Kaya 1% ng 2,600. Annual natin is, kung ito total natin lahat yung ito po 150, 200, 120, 260,000, 730 po yung annual income. Tapos less deductions, meron tayong net income na 402,000. So referring din again dun sa may tax table tayo, sa may third bracket po tayo magpo-fall. So yung tax po ng first 400 is 30,000. Tapos yung excess ng 400 is 25,000. So meron ka ng tax na 30,000 plus excess of 40,000 is multiplied by 25%. Yun po yung idadagdag natin sa 30,000. Ganun po yung kaya graduated siya pataas ng pataas once na tumataas po yung income natin. Kaya yung tax due natin is 30,500. Yan. Tapos ibabawas natin yung previously income tax paid previously, which is nagbayad ka na kasi nung third quarter ng 1,000. Kaya yung natitira pang babayaran mo, 29,500. So ito po yung scenario para sa graduated income tax rate na itemized deduction. Tapos kapag po, mayroon kasing option din dito, pag graduated income tax rates ka, may option kasi na OSD. Ito yung hindi na kailangan na magpakita ng proof of expenses. Katulad dito sa itemized deduction, ito kasi kailangan may proof of may resibo yung expenses mo, tapos related po directly sa business mo para ma-claim mo as, or sa pag-practice mo ng online profession para ma-claim mo as expense. So dito sa optional standard deduction, ito diretso na siya, nakarate kasi 40% kasi ng income mo, yun yung pwede mong i-claim as deduction. Bale 60% ang taxable income mo dito sa 40% OSD. So same income. So pag graduated, subjected pa din po siya sa percentage taxes. So katulad kanina, parehas lang ang babayaran niya na percentage taxes. Tapos yung sa income tax lang ang magbabago. So kung 150,000, 40% po nun na pwede niyang maklaim is 60,000, kaya 90,000 ang taxable income niya. Wala pa siyang income tax due. So next, second quarter, 200,000. 40% ng 200,000 is 80. So 120,000 po ang net income for the second quarter. I-add po natin ang previous income from previous quarter. Yun yung 90,000 na taxable income. So 210 pa din yung cumulative taxable income niya as of the second quarter. Wala pang income tax due. So third quarter, 120,000 ang income niya. 40%, 48,000. Taxable income for the third quarter is 72,000. I-add natin pa din yung previous income from previous quarters, 210. Cumulative for as of the third quarter, 382,000. So sumobra po siya ng 250,000 basing sa tax table kanina. Excess of the 250 is multiplied by 20%. Yun sa first tax table, 6,400 po yung income tax due niya as of the third quarter. So same annual income of 730,000, 40% of it is 292. Taxable income for the whole year is 438. Isa-subject natin ulit sa tax table. So yung 400,000 is 30,000 na kasi yung tax nun. Excess ng 400,000 times 25%, nagto-total po siya ng 39,500. Tapos ibawas ulit natin yung binayaran na nating taxes, which is 6,400, may remaining na 33,100. So kung makikita nyo dito sa graduated, pinapakita ko yung total niya lang. Total ng income tax and percentage taxes na babayaran kapag po ay graduated na income tax deduction, itemized deductions ang gagamitin natin, 37,800. Pero ito, hypothetical lang kasi malaki yung mga claim nating expenses dito. Pag sa online kasi hindi ganito kalaki yung mga expenses na pwede nating i-claim. Lalo na kung yung ginagamit nating utilities and internet subscription is ginagamit ng buong pamilya. So hindi natin na mahahati po yun kung ano ang related sa online practice natin tsaka yung gamit family use. So minsan kasi hindi talaga ina-allow na deduction yun. So pag sa OSD naman na scenario, ito yung 40% of your income is your deduction. May total po na income tax and percentage tax na babayaran na 46,800. Tapos, yan. So ito yung unang income tax regime, graduated. Tapos pupunta tayo sa second. Ito yung sa 8%. Dito po. 8% tax rate. So ito kasi simplified na siya. Tapos yung yung benefit mo lang dito is hindi ka na magfa-file ng percentage tax. Yung kailangan mo lang i-file is income tax. So iisa lang po yung i-file mo. Yung down lang nito is yung expense na pwede mong ma-claim yearly is yung 250,000, which is naki-claim din naman sa graduated income tax rates. Naka-incorporate na dun sa tax table. Yun, tapos maka-claim sila ng additional deduction sa gross income. Ito wala kayong deductions dun. Pero yung deductions niyo lang is yung 250,000 na basic exemption. Yung benefit niyo lang is hindi na kayo magfa-file ng percentage tax, which is 1% of your gross, or babalik na kasi yan after starting this third quarter, babalik na ulit siya sa 3%. Kasi hanggang June second quarter kasi ang 1% na percentage tax. So same scenario, same income per quarter. So 150,000. So ito kasi siya hindi siya umabot ng 250,000, wala siyang income tax due for the first quarter. Second quarter, 200,000, i-add natin yung income natin from previous kasi wala tayong i-claim na deduction. So yung total income natin or cumulative for the second quarter is 350,000. Umabot na tayo ng 250,000, kaya 100. Kung mapapansin nyo, hindi ito na ulit-ulit yung 250,000 na deduction. Binabawas pa din natin sa cumulative income as of the quarter, kaya hindi siya nauulit yung 250,000 na deduction. So 100,000 times 8%, 8,000 agad po yung income niya for the second income tax niya for the second quarter. Tapos third quarter 120,000, same scenario sa kanina. So plus 350,000, cumulative taxable income for the third quarter is 470 less 250,000 na deduction, may 220,000 na taxable income to date. So 8% po ng 220 is 17,600 na tax due, pero nakapagbayad ka naman nung last quarter ng 8,000, kaya pwede mong ibawas yun. 9,600 na lang ang remaining balance na babayaran mo for the third quarter. So same din po siya sa annual filing nyo. So 730,000, i-deduct na natin yung 250,000 na deduction kasi cumulative talaga yung filing natin. 480 ang taxable income. So yung total mo is 8% po nun is 38,400. Ibabawas natin yung cumulative na binayaran natin ng previous quarters, which is the 17,600, or ito yung binayaran natin, 17,600. So yung remaining balance is 20,800, yung po yung babayaran na income tax still due for the year 2022. So kung ito total po yung babayaran for the whole year is 38,400 po ang babayaran ng naka 8%. So makikita nyo ito yung mga naka-green. Yan po yung mga para makita nyo yung comparison. Ito lang yung first scenario na itemized. Medyo questionable lang kasi mas likely hindi applicable ito sa mga retailers kasi yung may mga binibili na inventory tsaka binibenta din agad. Ito. So yung total niya is 37 pero medyo questionable ito. Ito na lang yung i-compare. 46,800 tsaka 38. So mas sa scenario na to, mas mababa ang 8% income tax rate. Yun siya. Tapos, sige, ipakita ko lang yung ano. Moderator, hanggang anong oras tayo? Parang sobra ata ako ng oras. Ma'am Jean? Hello?
Hello, sir. Pwede po tayo siguro hanggang 4:50.
4:56. Bilisan ko lang saglit yung pagpapakita mo. Bale, ipa-print screen ko na lang yung mga ito. Yung ito muna. Para may basis tayo pag ipinasok ko sa may EBIR forms. Para may sisilipin kayo. Para hindi ko na ibalik-balik yung screen natin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay na po, na-capture niya na. Tapos dito din po. Yung 8%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Na-capture niya na po. Okay. Sige, palitan ko lang yung share screen. So, so ito kasi yung EBIR form na pwede yung share ko yung ito po kasi sa website na pinakita ni Ma'am Jewel kanina, www.bir.gov.ph. Tapos drop down, go to homepage. Dito po nyo pwedeng i-download yun. EBIR forms, to download offline EBIR forms. I-download nyo to tapos set up nyo lang siya, install nyo sa laptop o computer po, gagana ito. So, ito na yung one niya. Ito na kasi siya. So, pag inopen mo, ito siya. Sabihin natin, fill upan mo lang po yung details mo dito. Dapat tandaan nyo lang kasi sa unang entry nyo, pag mag-fill kayo ng return, hihingin niya ulit yung TIN nyo tapos yung email address. Kasi dapat tama po yung finill up nyo na email address nyo dito. Kasi kung ifa-file nyo na siya online, kailangan ng email confirmation. Yan.
Sir, excuse
Sa-
me po. Sir,
Mm.
hindi po nakikita yung yung sa BIR forms.
Ano yung naka-project ngayon? Yung sa may
Yung sa website, sir.
website. So, yan. Naka-project na.
Okay na po, sir.
Ayan. So ito kasi pag binuksan mo yung na-install na yun, ito yung lalabas na ano, kwan niya. Tapos fill upan mo yung TIN mo, RDO, kasi nadidetect din nila to eh. Yung TIN, dapat tama yung TIN mo. May nagpa-pop up na invalid TIN kapag hindi mali yung TIN na linagay nyo. Tapos online professional, yung pangalan nyo, address, zip code. Tapos ito yung importante, TIN tsaka email address. Dapat tama yan. Kasi pag mag-fill up kayo ng form na ipa-file nyo, hihingin niya yung ano. For the first time lang naman na pag-open niya nito, hihingin niya yung confirmation na yun. I-fill up niyo ulit yung TIN tsaka yung email address. So unahin natin yung, nakita nyo kanina yung sa may print ko yung first quarter na percentage tax na deadline niya is April 25. So itry natin sa scenario na example na pinaano ko sa inyo kanina. Yun po yung ipapasok natin dito. So ito yung drop down. So yung pipiliin natin ipa-file pag meron kayong tax type na percentage tax, kung graduated income tax rate po yung ginamit niyo, whether itemized or ASD yung pinili niyong deduction, kailangan niyo pong mag-file nito. So 2551Q, pakita ko lang yung pag fill up. So fill up, okay. Yan. Yan. So lalabas siya. So para mas madaling sundan na lang natin yung numbers. Yun yung para ma-fill upan natin yung form. So most likely calendar po. Tapos yung scenario natin is taxable year 2022. So pag calendar kasi year ending mo is December 2022. So yung ifa-file mo first quarter. Tapos hindi siya amended return. Yan. Yung next lang. Automatic na kung ano yung fill up mo na field sa data mo sa harap kanina, yun yung na-fill up dito. Tapos yan. So yung question dito is, yan. Graduated income tax yung ginamit mo kasi kaya nagpa-file kanina. Tapos number 14, yan, schedule para ma-fill upan. So noon kasi ito yung drop down ng ATC. PT10 po pag sa percentage tax ng kwan. Pero wag yung pinakaunang line kasi ito yung 3% na na-rate. Meron silang inad kung pinakababa na PT10. Ito. Para 1% yung rate niya. Ito kasi yung applicable for the year 2022. So kung balikan natin yung scenario, 150,000 yung income niya for the first quarter. So yan, 1.5 po yung percentage tax due. Yan lang siya. Tapos ibalik nyo lang, magpo-forward siya sa harap, 1.5. So dapat on time po yung filing natin dito. Meron po yung guide na ko kanina. April 25 po ang deadline nito. So after nun, validate lang siya. I-validate nyo lang. Yan. So kung okay na to na validate successful, okay na yan. Tapos yan, pwede nyo na siyang yung portion ng annotate ko. Ito po. Portion po dito. Submit final copy. Dapat may internet connection po na. Hindi ko kasi pwedeng pindutin to kasi magfa-file ako. Tin ko kasi yung linagay ko din. Madidetect kasi yun. May isa-submit. So ito po yung pipindutin yung may magpa-pop up po na notification kung successfully filed na po yung return na to. So mag-project po siya sa yun po yung hihintayin yung email confirmation. So after niyong na-submit yun, mag-online payment na kayo. So may mga portals po na pwedeng GCash, yung mobile banking. Doon po tayo magbabang. Pag nag-file tayo online. Pero pag hindi natin i-file online, yun nga lang, ginawa natin dito yung form. Pwede na tayong mag-print ng 3 copies nito. Tapos magbayad tayo manually sa authorized banks. Yun yung option na binanggit ni Ma'am Jewel kanina na pwede tayong mag-file manually or through BIR forms or online, manually or online. Yun po. So next scenario natin, sabihin natin second quarter na. So ititik natin yung second quarter. Same lang yung process. Papalitan lang natin basta tama po yung finilapan natin, ito lang. Yung importante, yung number 3. Basta tama yung return period natin. Second quarter na yung file natin. Pag pumunta kasi tayo dun sa scenario kanina, 200,000 yung income niya. So babalik kayo ulit dito, 200,000 ang ilalagay lang dito. Tapos i-check niyo yung rate 1% pa noon, 2,000. So ito lang yung para sa percentage tax. So pwede dito niyo gawin. Or so yung submit or print. Depende po kung mag-online payment kayo or online filing, mag-submit kayo dito. Tapos magbayad kayo online after yung amount na tax due dito. Pero kapag hindi naman, ayaw niyong mag-online payment, pwede niyong i-print itong return. I-print yung return, front and back, tapos 3 copies, magbayad kayo sa authorized banks. Yun po siya. Yan. So, balik tayo sa quarterly filing ng income tax. So, yung sa drop-down, hanapin niyo lang yung So, yung kung makikita niyo yung sa schedule of deadlines ng income tax, ito siya. So, yung ifa-file niyo is, kung mapapansin niyo, yung quarterly filing ng income tax is first to third quarter lang siya. Tapos itong version ang gagamitin nyo kasi dalawa siya. Ito kasi yung latest, yung may version 2018. Yan po. So may fill up. Yan. So isample ko lang yung sa may third quarter sa scenario natin. So for the year 2022, third quarter. Para makita natin yung tas ito yung sa scenario na itemized deduction po yung ginamit niya. Professional, tapos professional graduated income tax rates. Tik lang po natin. Sabihin natin yung March 1, 1993 siya. Filipino. Itemize. Ito yung portion 16. So, method of deduction, itemized. Yeah. So, when sininggle ko na siya, so hindi na to applicable. So, status. So, yung sa second page, ito kasi yung So, dito tayo sa Schedule 1 mag-fill up kasi graduated income tax rate. So, sa may third quarter kasi noon, 120,000 kung makita nyo, mag-refer na lang po kayo dun. Tapos, yung linagay natin na cost of services is 48,000. Tapos, 8,000 na ordinary deductions. Ito yung itemized niya. Bali, meron siyang 64,000 na remaining na taxable income. So previous, yung previous niya kung magre-refer kayo dun sa pina-print screen ko kanina o pina-capture ko, 191,000 yun. Yan. So automatic pong nagko-compute din dito. So 1,000 po yung tax due dun, ito siya. So 1,000 din po. Tapos yun yung dito, pakitandaan na lang po yung tax credits payments. Ito yung sinasabi ko na importante po yung 2307 kung nag-withhold po yung nagbabayad sa inyo. Yung 2307. Kasi ito yung pwede nyong i-claim kung ano yung withhold nila, pwede nyong i-claim po for the quarter. So kung may previous na withhold po sa inyo, pwede nyong i-claim dito, tapos yung sa for the quarter, idagdag nyo lang dito. Tapos balik tayo sa harap, nagfo-forward kasi yung amount, so 1,000 yung nakita nyong tax due kanina, 1,000 din siya. Provided po na on time ang filing natin dito kasi hindi automatic na nagko-compute ng penalties. Yan po. After nun, i-validate natin. Pag pine-press natin itong validate, ipapakita niya kasi kung ano yung mga mandatory fields na hindi pa natin na-fill upan. So validate, okay naman lahat, kaya okay. So kung ganyan, mag-a-appear na kasi yung mga to. So pwede niyong i-submit ulit, mag-file kayo online, bayaran nyo online, or mag-print kayo tapos bayaran nyo manually sa bank, or i-file nyo manually sa bank. So yun po siya. So sabihin nating palitan ko to, i-edit ko lang. Senaryo nung OSD. So same income, di ba? So same din yung details, ito lang tayo magpapalit. OSD kasi siya. Tapos reminder pala yung di ba binanggit kasi ni Ma'am Jewel, yung pag-select kasi natin ng income tax regime sa start of upon registration tsaka every first quarter of the year. So kung kasi yung iba hindi naman laging first quarter of the year nagre-register. So yun kaya dalawa po upon registration and first quarter of the year. Doon po natin i-update kung graduated or 8% ang gagamitin natin. So yun po siya. OSD, balik tayo sa page 2. Yan. Palitan natin, automatic kasi siya. So yung same scenario kanina, third quarter is 120,000 ang income niya. Tapos 48 ang OSD. Yun yung 48,000 ang 40% kasi ng 120. Tapos yung taxable income from previous quarters is 191. Ay sorry, hindi pala 191 dun sa OSD, 210 ko yun. Yung sa itemized pa yun. So yun yung papalitan natin kaya 6.4. Parehas po dun sa pinakita natin kanina. Kung babalik tayo sa first page yun, pino-forward niya po yung amount. Same din po, validate para makita natin. So okay na daw lahat na na-fill upan naman yung mandatory fields. Yun, tas ulit-ulit, submit or print. Ganun kasi siya. Yun po. So, ipakita ko lang yung sa may annual filing plus na to. Mabilis lang. So pag unahin ko yung sa 8% kasi mas madali yun. So dito po yung sa drop down, mas maganda yung 1701A. Ito kasi pwedeng gamitin ng, yan. Ito yung annual income tax return na pwedeng gamitin ng income na nag-avail ng 8% or yung graduated income tax rate tsaka OSD ang mode of deduction niya. So 2022, yan. So 8% unahin muna natin, professional. So income tax, professional 8%. Tapos birth date. Next page. So yung annual niya, so kung makikita nyo, kung naka 8%, hindi nyo ma-fill upan yung field ng graduated income tax rate. Dito kayo pwedeng mag-fill up. So 730,000, same sa example natin kanina. Tapos kailangan nating i-fill up to yung 250,000 na basic exemption. Yan. So same din kanina, 38,400 po. Yung 8% ng excess po ng 730,000 less 250, which is 480. Yan po siya. So, pinorward niya sa first page, 38,400. I-validate lang natin. Okay, na-fill upan yung mandatory fields. Pwede tayong mag-submit online, tapos magbayad through online portals or mag-print tayo ng 3 copies tapos manual filing. So, yun yung para sa 8%. So, pwede natin magamit kasi yung form na 1701A for OSD. So, dito ko na gawin. Palitan lang natin dito. So, professional na graduated kasi ang magfa-file. So, dito po siya. Sa number 7, yun yung isa-select natin. Tapos, mag-drop down. Automatic na kasi na OSD yun. I-fill up lang natin sa next page yung yan. So, pwede na tayong mag-fill up dito. Tapos, mapapansin nyo, hindi na kayo pwedeng mag-fill up sa may 8% na schedule. So, 730,000. Same pa din siya. So, kung makikita nyo dun, mag-refer kayo sa pinap-capture ko kanina sa OSD. Same po yung tax due na lalabas, which is 39,500. Yun po siya. Sorry, hindi. Tapos, pwede ito pala, yung kanina. I-claim nyo yung 58 tax payments from first 3 quarters. So yung sa example natin ng OSD, nakapagbayad siya ng 6,400 kasi sa third quarter, yun lang yung only payment niya for the 3 quarters. So yun yung babawas natin. So kung makikita niyo dun, kung mag-refer kayo, parehas po yung income tax payable na natira. So 39,000 yung total for the whole year. Nabayaran na nung third quarter yung 6,400, kaya 33,100 ang remaining. So i-check ulit natin kung okay o validate. Pwede, tas mag-print or submit online. Yan. Okay na. I-last ko lang yung sa may ano. Kung sakaling may mag-o-opt ng 1701. So ito po siya, 1701. Para sa graduated na itemized ko ang gagamitin. 17. Basta yung version na latest lagi ang gagamitin natin, yung may V2018. Kasi yun na yung latest. Yan. So kung babalik tayo dun sa may example natin kanina, check lang natin yung fill upan natin, number 6, professional, income from profession graduated. Tapos yung birthday. Sabihin natin married para wala nang single. Para wala nang spouse. Yan, dito po siya. So itemize. Doon mo po siya i-fill up. Yan. Pwede kang dumiretso dito para sa computation ng tax due. So dito po kayo mag-fill up. Wait, sorry. Page 2. So sa page 2, yan, naka-open pong pag-fill up sa sales dito banda. So same pa din na 730,000. Tapos yung cost of sales na dineclare natin is 292. Yan. So 48,000 same sa tas may ordinary na 36,000. Ordinary. So, ordinary allowable itemized deductions. Yan siya. So lalabas kasi dito, i-fill up na lang natin. Ito kasi kailangan yung i-itemize kaya meron ito yung schedule 4. Sabihin nating training expense. Kaya, yun, automatic pong na-compute. So yung nagfo-forward po yung amount dito na 36,000, kaya yung taxable income 402. Tapos yung sa pinakita ko na na-compute natin, same 30,500. I-deduct natin yung previous sa page 4. Ito. So previous payments, 1,000 ang nabayaran natin last time. So kung punta tayo sa page 1 na i-forward na lahat. Same din po na yung remaining is 29,500. Ang tax is still tax due. Validate ulit. Yan. Please select option 1, item 19. Page 1, item 19. So yun yung po yung pag bina-validate natin kailangan. So no. So no. No. Validate ulit. Part 4, item 11. Part 4, part 9, item 11. So item 11. Must be equal to the page 2. Okay. So pag validate kasi natin siya, tapos okay na lahat, print and submit ulit po. So okay na yun. Yung sa may pag-display na. Kulang na sa oras. Sige. Q&A na tayo. Q&A.
Okay, sir. Sige po.
Sige.
So, actually medyo madaming tanong po, no? Pero kung okay lang po sa mga participants natin, baka pwedeng exceed po tayo ng mga ilang minutes lang para lang po ma-accommodate po natin and ma-cater po yung mga questions po natin. Okay, so siguro start po tayo, sir, dito sa mga tanong po
Sige.
sa meeting chat. So, unahin po natin.
Sige.
Okay po. Meron pong tanong dito, sir. Job order in the government, professional po ba o sole proprietorship?
Professional po yun, in general, ang registration sa BIR. Kasi yung sole proprietorship, for business owners yun.
Okay. Okay, so another question, sir. Ano po ang magiging line of business sa Form 1905 for freelancers? Professional or sole proprietor?
Kayo po yung depende sa registration nyo kasi may mga physic kasi yung mga yun. So i-interview kayo ng registrant tapos makikita nyo kasi hindi ko kasi familiar yung kung anong line of business na identified talaga dun, pero meron po kasi siyang line of business talaga particularly for online professionals. Depende sa pag-interview nila sa applicant tsaka pagpasok nila dun sa system.
Okay, sir.
No.
So another question po, sir. Ang sabi po niya, I do a work or service, how many VAT to apply?
Yun po yung discussion ni ma'am nung una, yung non-VAT or VAT. So yung rate po ng non-VAT is yun yung sinasabi nating percentage tax na 1% na magiging 3% na, babalik sa dati na 3%. Tapos yung non-VAT is 12% ang rate nun. So depende po sa registration nyo, kung VAT or non-VAT kayo, yun po yung rate na masasubject sa inyo. Whether as of na babalik sa 3%. So 3% po yung sa non-VAT, yung VAT is 12%.
Okay, hopefully nasagot po, sir, dun sa nagtanong po. Okay, so proceed po tayo, no? Quickly lang po, since medyo nag-exceed na po tayo. Okay, so sabi po dito, I negligently forgot to file income tax for the first quarter of this year. Kaya may fines and fees po na charge to me. Hindi pa po ako nakakabayad hanggang ngayon kasi wala pang income. Na-late din sa akin ang resibo from the accredited printed due to problem. So, kailan po dapat ako magbayad? What if
Sa
hindi pa din ako makabayad for first quarter? What will happen?
Kung may tax due ka dun sa first quarter mo, mag-i-increase lang dun sa computation na nakita mo, mag-i-increase lang is yung interest. Kung nakita mo kasi yung portion ng penalties, meron siyang surcharge, interest, and compromise. So nakasit na kasi yung 25% na kasi yung surcharge, compromise, penalty. Naka-base na kasi dun sa basic tax na unpaid, most likely 1,000 naman siguro kung hindi masyadong mataas yung nabayaran mo, yun po yung compromise mo. Tapos yung interest, yun lang po yung nag-i-increase, which is 12% annually po ang rate dun. Mag-start siya mag-run sa starting ng after the deadline. So kung April 25 kasi yung deadline nun, kung percentage tax siguro yung April 26 hanggang ngayon nagra-run yung interest niya.
So, dapat sige po, ma'am.
I-add ko lang, kung sakaling hindi niya ma-settle yun, parang magra-run lang siya as parang liability or unpaid pa rin niya kay BIR hanggang hindi na settle. Tapos, pwede pa rin naman siya mag-file ng ibang taxes kahit hindi niya nababayaran
Yes.
yun. So, yun lang.
Yes po. Yung mga susunod na na mag-due date, sabihin yung pagkatapos ng second quarter, kailangan nilang i-file on time para hindi
Yes, sir.
madagdagan yung mga open case niya.
Okay.
Open
So,
case kasi ang tawag.
yes, sir. So, bale, as soon as possible yung sagot, sir, no? Dapat mabayaran kasi lalaki yung interest. Or yung mga
interest
penalty.
lang yung ni sir dun. Kasi yun na
Yes
lang
po.
yung mag-i-increase dun sa assessment na binigay sa kanya.
Okay, sir. Sige, sir. Parang pare-pareho na din dito, sir, yung question, yung nasa check po ako dito sa ating mentee. Okay, so meron po tayong tanong, sir. Ang sabi po niya, if I am a freelancer getting gig jobs from online, but I don't consider myself as a business or an employee, am I required by the law to file income tax kahit self-employed po ako?
Sorry pa again po mo.
Okay, sir. If I'm a freelancer and I don't consider myself as a business or an employee, am I required by law to file income tax kahit self-employed daw po siya?
Yes po. Required po tayo na mag-file ng income tax basta earning po tayo ng income. Yun po kasi siya. Tas once na registered ka kasi sa BIR, mandated ka na mag-file. Tas requirement po talaga ang mag-register sa BIR. Mostly, ine-require po lahat yan ng mga online payers nyo. Hinihingi nila yung BIR Form 2303 o yung Certificate of Registration. Yun po. Kasi minsan, yun yung pagpunta, kukuha po ako ng ganitong form, hinihingi ng ko, tas pag-check namin, ay hindi ka pa naka-register, parang sabi na, paano yun, 1 year naman na akong online professional, parang mga ganun. So, kailangan nating mag-register. Yung mga, yun yung BIR compliance. Kaya meron siya sa nabanggit kanina na registration.
Alright, so sana po nasagot po yung tanong nyo. So proceed po tayo. Available po ba lahat ng transaction via online or EBIR?
Anong transaction kaya po? Kasi yung pinakita ko, yun lang naman yung filing. Yung kasi mostly yun lang yung kailangan yung i-file. So sinimplify ko lang na online professionals, hindi pa yung mixed income earners kasi meron yung iba, may online professional tsaka may business. Yung iba employee tsaka online professional. So dalawang income kasi ang ano niya, mayroon siyang compensation income tsaka income from profession kung sakaling employed. So yun, hindi na, medyo matagal din yung kung ipapakita ko pa yung paano ang pag-compute ng tax pag sa ganung mixed income earner. So
Yes,
mas
sir.
mabuti naman na pag once naman na-registered kayo, madali lang naman bumisita sa office. May mag-a-assist naman kayo kasi iba din pag harap-harapan mismo napapakita sa inyo yung or i-explain yung
Yes, sir.
paano yung computation.
Yes, sir.
Sige po.
Okay, sir. So proceed po tayo sa next question. Paano po mag-request for tax refund pag sumobra po yung binayad nyo sa previous quarters?
Ayun. So may checklist kasi tayo dyan. Tapos pinakaunang requirement dapat registered ka. Registered ka na online professional. Tapos nag-file ka ng income tax mo. Na yun yung sinasabi mong may i-request ka for refund. Tapos ano pa yun? May mga ibang requirements pa yun na kailangan yung attachment ng 2307 naka-attach din yun sa income tax niyo. Tapos may additional, may application form din na fill upan. So ibibigay din naman yung list of requirements para ano. Meron pang proof yun eh. Kasi withholding agent yun, kailangan kayo din ang huhingi dun sa withholding agent na mag-provide sila ng certified true copies na talagang withhold nila yung income tax na yun sa inyo, tapos renimit nila sa BIR. Kasi isang ano din yun, requirement na kailangan ma-prove nyo na na-withhold sa income nyo tapos na i-remit sa BIR. Kaya yun yung hihingin nyo sa withholding agent.
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Okay.
So proceed po tayo sa next. Is there a way na ma-check po yung transactions ko with BIR via online?
Anong transactions yun? Kaya mo yun
Siguro siguro sir yung yung
filings niya
filing
po ba?
po. Yes po siguro.
Pag yung may payments po, kung yung may payments na manual or online, basta may payment po yung filing nyo. Kung ipapacheck nyo lang kung pumasok po yung payment, meron po tayong counter sa RDO na mag-cater po dun. Na basta kung dala nyo yung resibo, kasi pag nag-manual filing kayo, meron kayong proof of payment. Dapat yun yung iaano nyo. Kung alam nyo yung bangko na pinagbayaran nyo tsaka date, yun din po. Dapat alam nyo yun. Kung kailan nyo binayaran tsaka kung anong bangko, kung nawala nyo yung resibo ng proof of payment nyo.
So kailangan po nila sir pumunta sa mismong
Yes po.
office.
Kasi yung sa online, hindi kasi nila makikater yung ganun na ano. Kasi kailangan makita sa system mismo. Tapos may data privacy kasi hindi pwedeng dinidisplay lang na access nyo easily sa ano.
Yes sir. Okay sir. So mag-proceed po tayo sa next. Okay. How is freelancing defined by law? In what category does it belong? And if I just consider it as an online racket, then how does tax goes into all of this? Parang ano po ito sir, follow up po dun sa question about dun sa kapag self-employed.
Yung
Kung required po ba?
freelance, yung nakalagay is yung kasi yung sa may classification ng BIR is kahit kasi nga yung basta may income, required ka kasing mag-register. So pati nga yung mga sari-sari store nagre-register ng BIR ng business kasi rine-require sila.
Yes,
So
sir.
required kahit racket kasi yun na meron kang income, required kang mag-register.
Yes,
Yun
sir.
kasi yung once na may income po kasi or sabihin natin freelancer, self-employed, professional, required tayong mag-register.
Yes, sir.
Kahit racket lang siya or kasi may income na papasok sa iyo eh. So required nating i-ano yun. Kasi may benefit din naman yung registration yun na yun. Tapos yung mga fina-file yung income taxes. Lalo na yung ITR na hinahanap ng mga pag magpapaloan, mga ganun po, or yung mga mangingibang bansa, hinahanapan ng ITR. So kung may...
Yes, sir. Siguro ano, sir, baka gusto ni ano na yung nagtanong po ng legal basis siguro, sir. May
legal
legal
basis?
Yes, sir. Na nagsasabing kailangan bayad ng tax ang self-employed. Baka yun po yung
Legal
hinahanap
basis.
po.
Pwede nating i-ano yung sa tax code mismo. Wait lang. I-ano ko lang yun. Kung sino yung self-employed. Wait lang ma'am. Kung pwede kong ma-cite yun. So, ito kasi meron tayong sa tax code na section 236. Meron kasi siyang binanggit dun sa may required to register na kahit lahat ng ano ko yung self-employed. If I may, share screen ko na lang to. Dito na lang tayo para sa pwede ko namang i-cite siguro to. Pero naka-general lang kasi siya. Sa registration requirements, section 236 ng tax code natin. Ito po kasi is every person subject to internal revenue tax shall register sa appropriate na RDO. So once kasi na may income tayo na na-earn for the year, required po tayong whether low income tayo or high income earner, required po tayong mag-register. Tapos yung on the for commencement of business or commencement of practice of profession. So registration shall contain taxpayer's name, style, place, residence, business, and other informations that the commissioner shall simply meet the requirements of self-employed individuals. So kasi kayo, yung online freelancers, self-employed ang pagfo-follow nyo sa definition na ito. Self-employed po kasi yung nyo or professionals. Kung doon po kayo magfo-fall. Kung sir, madam, kung sino po yung yun. Yung tanong. Kasi yung mga yung parang kahit racket kasi yun, basta may income yun kasi siya. So magpo-fall kayo sa registration requirements or who are required to file. Meron din dito kung pwede kong ipakita. Search lang natin. Who are required to file income tax. Income tax. Wait, share screen ko lang yun. So dun din po siya sa may section. So ito kasi sa may general provisions din sa may tax code natin. Ayan. So kung anong may income po yung nare-receive yung online kahit racket lang siya, income taxation. So basta may income kasi siya from all derived. A citizen of the Philippines residing therein is taxable on all income derived from all sources within and outside the Philippines. So kahit yung client nyo is outside the Philippines, ang nagbabayad sa inyo, masasubject sa tax yun kasi income within and outside yung without niya. The Philippines is subject. Basta kayo ay citizen ng Philippines and residing kayo din dito. So yun po yung nasa tax code natin.
Okay, so ayan.
Mhm.
I think nasagot naman na po, sir. So tax code, nasa tax code po yung
Yes.
legal basis po ng pag file ng taxes po for self-employed. Okay, so proceed po tayo sa next question. Konti na lang po ito, sir. Okay. Ang sabi po niya, sir, I'm an aspiring online freelancer. I would
Mhm.
like your advice if when is the best time to register with BIR?
Best time to register po is sorry. On or before or once na nag-practice po kayo. On or before a transaction occurs or yung kung kailan kayo nag-start or meron nang naka-prepare na may contract na kayo sa isang ang tawag dito income payer nyo kung saan kayo magpro-provide ng service or magpa-practice ng profession online, required nyo ng mag-register on or before commencement of pag-render nyo ng service.
Okay, so ano yun, sir, no?
Kasi yung requirement lang naman ng registration pag online professional is basta kayo ay birth certificate or any valid IDs na photocopy na makikita natin yung residency nyo. Kung wala kayong ID na ganun, birth certificate na photocopy, tsaka yung barangay certificate, proof of residency, tsaka PTR or professional tax receipt na naka-declare doon na online tutor or professional po ang nakalagay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Pero ang yung tanong niya siguro, sir, is baka anong month po siguro yung yung question niya, kung
Any
ano
month,
yung
any month.
any month, basta
Yes po,
before
any month
yung
po yun, basta on or before. Kasi hindi naman natin sabihin na laging January kasi hindi naman natin alam kung kailan pa may kukuha tayo, may client tayo, may magiging client tayo na naka-ready na. Ganun kasi. Kasi once na option nyo kasi yun, option nyo. Pero yung sa akin, yung best is start of the year. Pero madalang naman yan kasi pag na-income ka nare-receive sa previous year, kung start of the year ka lang magre-register, yun lang, may di ko alam kung may income kang marireceive or may clients ba na tumatanggap kahit wala kayong BIR registrations. Yun kasi siya.
Okay, sir. So meron po tayong last two questions, sir. Tanong po dito, are the PWDs have some exception po?
Regarding po doon, wala pong special rates ang PWDs.
Okay, sir. So last question po. as self-employed, pwede po bang i-consider as deduction sa tax filing ang payment for SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig?
Self-employed na sarili, voluntary na binabayaran po ng professional yun.
Most likely, sir,
Oo.
voluntary.
Pwede yun. Pwede niyong
Pwede.
i-claim. Oo.
Okay.
Under contributions or taxes and pwede niyong ilagay sa taxes and licenses, or meron kasi yung sa itemized deduction na may SSS contributions kasi naka-specify na din after the salaries.
Okay, so yun po. All right, so I guess that's the last question po for BIR. Ayan, medyo nag-exceed na po tayo, no? So,
Ayan.
okay, so mag-ano lang po tayo. Gusto po nating magpasalamat kay Sir Brent and kay Ma'am Jewel from BIR Baguio po for joining us today po sa ating webinar. Very informative po yung kanilang discussion, no? Medyo overwhelming nga lang po dahil medyo ang daming computations, numbers, pero very much helpful po sa atin, lalo na po sa inyo na nagsa-start po, no, sa online career. Mas madali po ngayon naintindihan kung ano po yung kailangan nyo pong i-comply. Again, Sir Brent, on behalf of the DICAR, thank you so much po for your time and effort po na mag-join po dito. And for the sir, for the certificates, we will be awarding po on the 30th of the month sa sa culminating activity po namin. So i-update ko po kayo, sir, no? Doon po sa po natin activity. Thank you po.
Okay po.
Okay, so for the participants po, pasadahan ko lang po yung last part of our program. Okay, so let me share my screen. I apologize po for exceeding ng mga ilang minutes. So I hope na nandyan pa po kayo. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so ngayon po na malaman nyo kung ano yung mga information before po kayo mag-start ng online career, and nakita na din po natin kung ano po yung mga kailangan natin i-comply as online professionals or freelancers when it comes to taxes. Ngayon, i-assess nyo na po yung mga sarili po natin kung ready na po kayo to start an online career. And if ever na naka-decide na po kayo, no, na mag-online jobs, meron po kami i-represent na program po ng DICT. So this is what we call the Digitaljobs PH technical training. So this is a free training po for aspiring online freelancers. So this is an extensive training, no, na ino-offer po ng aming office. So this training is intended to create meaningful ICT-enabled jobs in socio-economically disadvantaged areas in the country. The program involves training and development of talents in the countryside to enable them to provide online freelancing services while working from home or in their community. So ngayon na po natin, no, nakapag webinar na po tayo tungkol sa mga topics kanina, it's time for you to take the next step. Ayan, or kung maghahanap na po kayo ng online jobs, or if you feel na hindi pa po kayo totally ready and gusto niyo pa pong mag-training, then this one is for you. Okay? So kung naghahanap po kayo ng libreng training na comprehensive and extensive, pwede po kayo dito. Okay? So wala pong bayad. Okay? This is offered by DICT CAR. Okay? So konting information lang po. starting July to August, mag-open na po kami ng application and registrations for those aspiring po freelancers or those na gusto pong mag-undergo ng training. Okay, so for the courses, i-announce po namin later sa aming page. Okay, so for the requirements po, of course, priority po namin na i-accommodate yung mga from Cordillera. But for those naman po na mga participants natin na interested and from other regions, yung may visit po yung mga DICT regional office po kung nasan po kayo, okay? And then must be 18 years old and above, has basic English speaking and writing skills, of course, kasi dahil nga makikitransact tayo usually international clients, so syempre gusto natin meron tayong qualifications in communications and communicating in the English language. And of course, meron po kayong laptop or a desktop computer na merong stable and reliable internet connection. And of course, willing po kayong mag-undergo ng 44 hours of training. It can be 2 to 3 sessions a week plus 7 days of practicals, which we call the online campaign. Ayan, so ganun po katagal yung training. Hindi po siya straight na 44 hours. Po siya, pakonti-konting sessions po siya per week. Okay, depende po sa availability ng resource person. And lastly, must be computer literate, resourceful, hardworking, and eager to be trained and complete the training. Okay, so if you're interested, please follow po our page, DICT Cordillera Administrative Region, or go to the URL facebook.com/dict.car. So, we're going to post po yung aming mga call for applications and registrations po dito po sa page. Kung interested po kayo, lang po, please follow and like na din po. Alright, so for the attendance form, nag-send po ako dito sa ating meeting chat. Ipa-flash ko rin po dito sa screen. Kindly accomplish na lang po ang attendance and evaluation for the certificate. Please make sure that your full name po is correctly spelled para po maiwasan po yung errors po sa printing po or sa pag-prepare po namin ng certificates. Okay, all right. So, kapag meron pa po kayong mga questions, baka pwede nyo pong i-visit ang BIR or RDO BIR Office of Baguio City kung taga Baguio po kayo, or if not, pwede po ninyong siguro i-message yung mga local or the nearest RDO office po sa inyong lugar. And kung meron naman po kayong questions regarding online freelancing, feel free to reach out to Hey Success. Meron po silang mga Facebook pages. Ayan. So again, we'd like to thank everyone po and to all those na naka-tune in po sa ating live stream sa Facebook. Thank you so much po for watching and joining us this afternoon. We do apologize na nag-exceed po tayo ng ilang minutes po, 30 minutes. And again, if you're interested to join the Digitaljobs PH training, follow and like our page and okay, yan po. So for the recording naman po, since this is live stream sa Facebook, pwede po ninyong balikan. Naka-post lang po doon. Alright, so again, thank you all so much for your effort and your time joining us here today. And again, I'm Jing Ninyo and I appreciate po yung presence niyo po today, and we see you soon po sa mga future events po namin and activities, especially po sa Digitaljobs PH training. For the names po ng trainers, okay, for the names po, i-send ko po dito sa ating meeting chat. Kanina po, yung trainer natin, si Miss Paula Bayo, ayan. And then, for, ayan. Sila Sir Brent and Ma'am Jewel from BIR. Ayan po. Alright, so okay. Thank you all so much again, and i-close ko po later yung registration siguro by 6 p.m. Please make sure na lang po na naka-fill out po tayo and submit ng form. Thank you all so much again, and have a nice day po. Bye-bye po.
Thank you po.